So, starting. What is security? I was thinking, Clement, this is very, very kindergarten. Why are you actually asking this type of questions? But there are a lot of misunderstandings in this basic itself, right? You would have heard people say, oh, buy this product and you are 100% safe. Oh, buy this antivirus, no virus can actually come in. We have seen Jackie Chan telling that. We have seen our badminton hero saying that. And we have a lot of brand ambassadors coming and telling us, buy this product, you are secure. So a lot of people use the word secure in different contexts. So in our IT context or infrastructure or cyber context, when we talk about security, what does it mean? Okay, what does it mean is a question. Yeah, so let me ask you, what do you think security is? Okay, now let me actually give you a storyline. Yeah, it's a long weekend and you wanted to go out and spend your long weekend with your family in a private beachside resort, for example, and you're booked and you're going and checking in into that private resort along the beachside. When you're checking in, the manager gives you the key and actually tells you, hey, thanks for selecting our property. Enjoy your stay. Here is your key. And our property is a secure property. Right? I'm now not talking about IT. I'm not talking about data. I'm not talking about cyber. Yeah. Leave all of that aside. I'm talking about a hotel, a private resort that you have booked for your family to have to enjoy that long weekend along the beach coast. So the guy actually says, hey, welcome on board. Thanks for selecting our property. Enjoy your stay here. This is your key. Our property is a secure property. How do you understand the word secure in this context? See, when someone says this is a secure environment, it is guarded. It is protected. That means no one can simply barge in into your private space. So you're getting privacy. And since it is protected and no one can simply barge in and you get privacy and confidential, privacy is confidentiality, right? Now you feel at ease and you get peace of mind and you feel safe. So generally when we use the word secure, these are the terminologies that gets attributed to it. Safe, protection, and privacy or confidentiality. You know, whatever you do inside your space, it's only you. No one just barges in. Now, this is what we generally understand when someone uses the word secure or security. But there is one particular very important baseline measurement or attribute that we don't talk, but we have it in our mind. Let me try to bring that out now. Yeah. Same example, same private resort, same long weekend. You are going and checking in. The manager gives you the key and tells, hey, thanks for selecting us. Welcome on board. Have a happy weekend. Here is your key. Enjoy your stay. And our property is 90% secure property. He's now putting a number to it. 90% secure property. Now, how do you feel? If he uses a number and says 90% secure property, how do you feel?
Feel worried.
Worried. Yeah. So we are going to be worried about that 10%. Even if he had said 99, are you going to be still worried?
A bit.
A bit. Okay. Right. So in short, whether we are mentioning or not, whenever we use the word secure or security, we are assuming it is 100%. So that assumption is a first mistake. There is nothing 100%. Let's prove that also. Yeah, let's prove that also. Now, if we say nothing is 100%, how protected are you if you're not 100% protected? How safe are you when you're only 90% protected? Would you say, oh, I am safe, nothing can come to me if it's not 100%? So the moment the 100% value is removed off from the quotient, or the 100% become 90, 70, 60, 50, the whole word of safety doesn't make any sense there afterwards. The whole word of protection doesn't make any sense. What protection is protection if it's not 100%? What privacy is privacy if it's not 100%? So the word security is hanging on our assumption that is 100%. The moment we remove that 100% off, then all of this fails. Because in actual fact, there is nothing called as 100% safety, 100% protection, 100% confidentiality or privacy. Now let me explain why. Okay, and then let's see whether is it true that 100% is not possible. Okay, let's derive it. Let's derive it together. Let's take another simple example, non-technical again. We all live in a house, whether it's a horizontal house, landed property, or a vertical house, apartment style. Okay, so either way, we all live in a house. We no longer live in treetops and caves. Now we all live in a house. When we get into our house, there is always defense to block unwanted people from coming inside our house. How do we do that? We have a wooden door. So even when you go and buy a new house, it comes with a wooden door. Okay, then what do we do before moving into the house? We always try to fortify. How? We put a grill gate in front of the wooden door. Once you put a grill gate in front of the wooden door, we also put a padlock. We start with one padlock, we end up in two padlocks, one in the front, one in the back. I believe a lot of people do have more than one padlock, I suppose. If you have more than two padlocks, you're no longer living in a house, it's called as a jail. Right? So I believe all of us are living in a house with one or two padlocks. Then we go and put alarm system, CCTV cameras, alarm system, CCTV cameras, right? And sensors and a whole lot of other things. And then cats, dogs, yeah. Based upon our belief, we might have deity pictures, scriptures, everything around to block known and unknown or seen and unseen threats. Okay, let's keep it that way. After putting all of these defenses in place, so all the glass doors, glass windows, glass panels, there are grills all over the place. Okay, so after having all of this in place, do you still think, or do you think robbers can't get into the house? After all these defenses, do you think robbers can't get into the house? Or they can still? Come on, guys, talk to me. Are break-ins still happening? According to PDRM statistics, it has increased. It has increased steadily after COVID. So if the break-ins, theft, robbery, however you say that, is still happening after all of this defense is in place. So knowing that it still happens, now my question to each one of you is, why did you waste your time, money, and effort in putting all of those defenses in? Are you understanding my question? You had a wooden door, you put up a grill gate. On the grill gate, you put padlock or padlocks. All the glass panels, grill bars. Okay, alarm systems, CCTVs. Yeah. So everything is there, but still robbery is happening. That's what we agree, right? Unless someone says, no, once I put all of this, no robbery will ever happen in my house. We can't say that. Right? It's been happening out there. So knowing that it can still happen, why did we waste our time, money, and effort in putting all these defenses?
Well,
Guys,
the
I'm not.
possibility of it happening would be lesser.
Okay, reducing the possibility of it happening. Wonderful. How do you reduce the possibility of it happening? By putting all of these defenses. So what are we trying to do here? We are trying to make life difficult for an intruder, right? So what is security then? It's because we are putting a lot of layers of defense, isn't it? The grill gate is one layer of defense. The padlock is another layer of defense. Yeah, we had a wooden door, another layer of defense. CCTV, alarm system, another layer of defense. So with all these layers of defense in place, what are we trying to achieve? Because end result, the robbery still happens in a way. So all we are trying to do here is to make life difficult to the intruder. So how do I now define security from this context? Security is a process of deploying layers of defenses with an objective of making life difficult for an intruder. Doesn't make sense, yeah? If it doesn't, you are free to unmute your mic and just barge in, okay? So, what is security? The way I define it to you is this, yeah? Security is a process of deploying layers of defenses with an objective of making life difficult for an intruder. Now, for the IT people, we call it as multi-layered security. Microsoft and a whole lot of others were preaching about multi-layered security. That's what I said in a simple words. Then today, everyone talks about zero trust. For the zero trust to happen, multi-layered security is the base. If you cannot or if you don't have a multi-layered security, you will never be able to achieve a zero trust. Okay, so everything is interconnected to this very core basics. Okay, now if anyone in this crowd who still have a thought, why I cannot make 100%? What if I have made my house 100% safe? What if? Okay, so for that what if kind of a thought process, here is another storyline for you. Let's assume that you are living in a house that is 100% safe. Okay, let's assume that you're living in a house that is 100% safe. Not even a mosquito can fly inside without your permission. Okay, extreme assumption. Nothing comes in without your permission inside your house. You're living in a safe house. Now, okay, so with that assumption, here are the other things. Do you think it's possible for you to live inside the house 24/7, 365 days, entire life of yours? You're not. You still have to come out of the house. We all know what happens if we get stuck inside our house. We saw that for 2 years. A lot of people got stressed out so much that they were literally screaming, when can I go out? A lot of people got the depression. Check the psychiatric status out there. Okay. A lot of people, even children, had a depression developed in that 2 years stuck inside the house. Okay, so we know what happens if you're stuck inside the house. So even if you're living in 100% safe house, you're not going to be inside your house. You're going to come out and go in. Yeah. So let's assume this itinerary in the morning time. You get up at 6 a.m. in the morning and you go for a walk. 6 to 7, you go around in your Taman area for a walk. Then while you're walking back, there's a nice restaurant on your way back where you pick up your breakfast, or sometimes you sit there and eat. Or rather, most of the times you sit there and eat. Sometimes you pick back home and eat. So once you eat and then you walk back and then you take a good shower, get ready for your office, and then you leave for your office by 8:30. So this is your program from 6 a.m. to 8:30 a.m. in the morning. So every day you're walking, going to this restaurant, having your breakfast, walking back. So now let's zoom into your breakfast time. You're going to this restaurant and you're ordering and you're eating, and you will see some familiar faces that you're seeing day in and day out, because we don't simply go there and then keep our vision this way in and not even looking around left, right, top, bottom. We just go there, buy, and then eat, and then walk off. We don't do that, right? We keep looking around and we will be spotting, oh, I saw this guy yesterday. Kind of thought process that runs in our head automatically. You can't stop it. Then, okay, like one of those guys that you see daily in that same place smiles at you. So what do? You smile back. He says good morning. You say good morning. A new friendship blooms. Right after 1 or 2 days of saying good morning, he comes with his food and says, hey, can I join? So, yeah, please sit down. And then you start talking little bit. Another couple of days, you can now talk anything under the sun, and you enjoy the company of talking with this guy. After a week, you invite him to come for a weekend tea in your house. The person that you know for 1 to 2 weeks, you have invited him to come to your house for a cup of tea on a Saturday evening. Now, when this guy comes in, your 100% safe house, will it block him off or will it allow him to come in? It will allow. Why? Because you're going to open it up. So if the person inside the fully defended perimeter allows someone to come in, the defenses are broken. And what if the guy is with a bad intention? Now, in your house, someone have to clean the house, right? Let's say you're actually getting someone to come and clean twice every week and go. Now, if that person who's coming in is with a bad intention, you're going to get compromised. If your gas gets over and you have to actually get the cylinder to come in, your water heater gets spoiled and you have to call a plumber to come in or an electrician to come in. So there are people in and out. You cannot be living alone forever. And your house has a computer that is connected to internet and you got virus infected, which actually takes over the entire house IT system, defense is breached. So I can go on and on and on, guys. There is a lot of scenarios that even your 100% safe house is no longer safe. So coming back to my definition, yeah. Security is a process of deploying layers of defenses with an objective of making life difficult for an intruder. So the first thing that we are debunking, the myth is there is nothing 100%. I will actually keep proving it as we go. We are going to create a new malware. We are going to create a new malware. And I'm going to drop it inside a Word document. I'm going to show all of this. Yeah, we're going to create a new malware right in front of your eyes. We're going to drop that inside a Microsoft Word document. We are going to hide it inside the Microsoft Word document. Then we open that Word document on a computer that has an antivirus. And I will show what antivirus I have. Okay. And I'll prove it to you. Microsoft security, nor Office 365 security, nor antivirus will pick that up. Now you might say, Clement, the antivirus that you are using is not so good. The one that I'm using is the best. Is that so? Let's also put that into test. I'll take this Word document with the malware. I'll go to a website called as virustotal.com. IT people, security people definitely know this site. Whenever we feel a particular file is suspicious, we will throw it inside this site, which will scan it with more than 60 plus antivirus engines. Because on your machine, you can have only one antivirus. The second antivirus you try to install, it will kill the first one automatically. Or it'll ask you to remove that first. You cannot have two antivirus running in the same computer. It creates a whole lot of problem. So virustotal.com has around 60 plus antivirus engines running there. The moment you throw something, it is going to scan with all the 60, which definitely one of it is your antivirus in your computer. And I'll prove it to you that none of that 60 plus antiviruses will pick up the malware that we created just now. Okay, so we'll do all of that. So throughout the day, I will keep proving it to you the same point that I'm making it at the start. Nothing is 100%. Whatever defenses that you have put in place might have cracks and breaks, which can then be used by attackers to come in. Security is nothing but it's a process of deploying layers of defenses with an objective of making life difficult or more difficult or more difficult. But nothing is 100%. Are we clear with this step number one? If you have issues with this step number one, after all the other steps, you're going to have problem. Yeah. So if you don't agree with me, you're free to tell Clement, I still don't agree. If I buy this particular product or I do this, I am going to be super secure. The only thing is disconnect from internet, switch off the computer. Yeah, you're fine. But other than that, as long as it's on, however you try to protect it, you're going to have one or the other scenario of it getting compromised. So that is why we need to put multi-levered or multi-layered security. Now, what is this multi-layered? Let's say for your in your office network, you have computers, desktops, laptops, then you have printers, then you have switches, routers, Wi-Fi, and when internet is coming inside your office, you have a firewall. I've seen a lot of offices don't have even that. They rely on a TM's router, which doesn't have anything much. But yeah, so you should have a firewall. Now, when you look at this kind of a simple structure, your only defense is your firewall that actually checks whether who is coming in, whether they are good or they are bad. If they are bad, block it. If they are good, allow. Now, there is another third scenario. If I do not know whether they are good or bad, what happens? Because we always see in binary, right? We always see it's either 0 or 1. Now, what happens if it is 0.5? Or what happens if I do not know whether it is 0 or 1? So you have a firewall. The firewall is having set of rules to determine whether the incoming guy is a good guy or a bad guy. Now, if he's a good guy, firewall allows. If he's a bad guy, kick him out of the connection. Go, you're not allowed to come in. Clean. Everything is fine. Now, what if someone comes in and you're not able to recognize him whether he's a good or a bad? Now, what do you do? What do you think the firewall will do? Anyone? Guys, what do you think the firewall would do? The firewall is supposed to figure out who is good and who is bad. Good, allow inside. Bad, block. I'm talking about incoming connections. Yeah, incoming connections. In a simpler term, I'm saying a guy in and guy out kind of a scenario. Yeah. So if someone is coming in, if a connection is coming in, and there are packets, there are data in the connection that is trying to come in. Yeah. So that's what it means technically. So a firewall, someone is trying to come in and you check he's a good guy, allow. If he's a bad guy, you block. Now, how does he know good or bad? Because firewall is set up with a whole lot of rules to check whether if any of it matches, he becomes a bad guy. Now, if you cannot determine whether he's a good guy or a bad guy, what do you think your firewall will do? So there's one answer that came out and said it'll block. Okay. Since you said block, let me try to draw out something for you. Okay, let me try to draw out something for you, and then we take it from there. Okay. Paint 3D. I'll give you a scenario. Yeah, you tell me whether it gets blocked or not. Yeah. Because you might have a question, Clement, it's either 0 or 1, right? Is whether good or bad. In what scenario it becomes something that I cannot identify it. Yeah. So let me give you that scenario in a day-to-day normal browsing. Okay. So then let's see, the answer is still block or allow. Okay. Let's say a simple flat network, the internet connected to a modem connected to firewall, a wall on fire. Okay. And then inside, you might have some public facing servers. This, if you are a small company, you might not have this. Then you have another firewall. And then you have your switches and routers. This is a simple flat medium network. Okay. And inside the network, you might have multiple LAN connections, settings, and you might also have your servers sitting over here. File server, app server, AD server, so file server, AD server, web server. Yeah, so a lot of servers on your database server, a simple flat network. Now, if you are a very small company, you might not have two firewalls. That means you may not have this section and you may not have this guy. Okay, right? So don't worry about it. This is called as DMZ, demilitarized zone. That means you are trying to expose applications to the public with the firewall, and you're separating this from your internal network. That's what we call as DMZ zone. Yeah. Again, non-IT people, it doesn't matter for you. Okay. Now coming back here. Let's say you as a user is in your office connecting to your computer right from here. Okay. So you are sitting in your laptop or your computer and you are typing or you are going to browse your online banking website. Online banking website. Let's say uh, www.pbbank.com, publicbank.com, or maybanktoyou.com or ocbc.com. Okay, you pick up your favorite bank. Okay, so some bank.com. Okay, because that's what we do, right? Inside our office, we can check our bank balance, we can do some transactions, we do some online banking. There's nothing wrong. There's nothing being said, oh, you are not supposed to check your bank stuff inside our office. No, you can do that. Now, this is HTTPS, correct? HTTPS. Wonderful. Now, this is the firewall. What does a firewall do? Anyone that is coming in, if he's a good guy, allow. If he's a bad guy, drop. This is what the firewall does. So far, so good. Now, let's say you are connected to public bank and let's draw the bank outside. It's on the internet. This is banking website. So far, so good, guys. Yeah. So now you open up the browser, type www.thebankurl.com and hit enter. When you do that, you will start establishing a connection from your computer all the way through this to the bank. Now the bank will actually respond back here. This connection is HTTPS connection. That means it is end to end encrypted. End to end encrypted. Are you with me so far? That means anyone in the middle on the internet or anywhere will not be able to see your data. That is what HTTPS is all about. A lot of people actually understand it wrongly. We'll go deeper into that in the next one. Yeah, but now we just assume this scenario. So you are browsing from your laptop to a online banking website, and the online banking website is opened onto your computer using HTTPS. HTTPS will actually make sure that the data that leaves your computer is fully encrypted. That means converting the readable text to a non-readable text all the way until it reaches the bank. The bank will decrypt the data from non-readable text to readable text. So encryption means readable text converted to non-readable text. Your decryption means non-readable text is converted to readable text. So when the data is moving on the internet until it reaches your computer, everything is going to be non-readable. So no one in the middle on internet can see what is that you're sending. So far, so good. Now, for which HTTPS uses a key. Like how you have a key for your padlock, they have a key. Only people with the right key will be able to do this process of conversion. Okay, so that in this case is called as private key. The one who encrypts will have a private key. The one who decrypts will have a public key. This all happens in your browser, so you don't have to worry about it either. Now, coming back to my question, what will the firewall do if you do not know what is it? Okay, so end-to-end encrypted. Now on the firewall, for the firewall to check whether he's a good guy or a bad guy, he needs to see the data in clear text. He needs to see the data in clear text. That means readable format. Readable text. If he doesn't see the readable text, he cannot check this, whether he's a good guy or a bad guy. Are you understanding? Are you with me? Yeah. So when you're using HTTPS, everything is encrypted, end-to-end encrypted. No one can see what is coming in, including your firewall. When your data comes to the firewall will not be able to read it. The firewall will not be able to read it. Not readable. So if I can't read it, will I be able to match with any rule? If I match, I can actually come to a conclusion whether it's a good guy or a bad guy. If I am not even able to match because I am not able to read it, is it good guy or a bad guy? I don't know. Because if I cannot read it, I cannot check with my rules. If I cannot check with my rules, I will not know whether it's a good guy or a bad guy. So what do you think will the firewall decide? This is the question I asked. Yeah. So I'm now giving you an example of a day-to-day browsing that you do inside your office. And now I'm asking the same question. What do you think your firewall is going to do? Because the data is all non-readable when it comes here. Since it's non-readable, it will not match with any rule because I'm not even able to read it. If it blocks, like one of my friends just now said, if it blocks, you will never be able to read, or you will never be able to browse any HTTPS websites inside your organization. Are you understanding the problem? If the firewall blocks because it's not able to read, you will never be able to access any of the HTTPS website inside our office behind the firewall. Is it acceptable? It is not. So here is the beauty of the firewall. Again, another myth breaking up. Yeah. So if the rule matches, is a good guy. Okay. If the rule matches, is a good guy. If the rule did not match, oh sorry, if the rule matches, is a bad guy. I get confused. Bad guy, because the rule is to differentiate whether good guy or bad guy. If the rule matches in the firewall, is a bad guy. If the rule did not match, is a good guy. Because the rules is to detect the bad guy. Okay. Right now, did not match is a good guy. If I can't even read it, if the reading is not possible, he is a good guy and it will allow. So it's not block, it is allow. Why, Clement? Since I am not able to read it, I am not able to match it. Since I am not able to match, if I am not able to match, what is the result? Good. If it matches, is a bad ma. Since I am not able to read, hence I am not able to match, hence he is a good guy. So if the firewall do not know whether the guy is a good guy or a bad guy, it is assumed that he is a good guy and it will allow the connection to come in. So your HTTPS works on port number 443. All firewalls will have the port number 443 opened by default. because otherwise you can't browse internet. Port 80 is for HTTP. Port 443 is for HTTPS. Both ports will be open. Otherwise, you can't browse internet. So if I'm a bad guy, if I send you a malware encrypted using the port number 443, will I not bypass your firewall and make it look like a stupid guy who does nothing? Are you understanding my logical question first? Yeah. So if I send a malware, now I'm a bad guy, and I send a malware inside your network on that port number 443 as HTTPS fully encrypted, will your firewall block? It will not. And if it doesn't, I can come in and go out like a wind, and you will never know. That's why if you go and look at all the hacking tools, 99.99999% of them will always use 443 as the default port of attack. Clear? Any questions? Remember, you don't have to agree whatever I say, yeah? So you can always throw in questions. Did you understand the whole stuff? Or something is blinking over here. Yeah, so let's come back over here. Right, so good. Zero trust since it's HTTPS. Wonderful, Mohammed Najib, you're right on that. Okay, Ubuntu said block it. By now you would have understood it's not block, it's gonna allow. Okay, now Mohammed Najib again says we trust the cert used for HTTPS. That's why firewall assigned it as a good guy. Now, aren't we supposed to not trust anyone? Aren't we supposed to not trust anyone? The basic of security, don't trust anyone. Even if it is your wife who is working in your same environment, don't trust her inside the office. Huh? Okay, right? So you're not supposed to trust anyone. So why do you trust the cert? Anyone can issue the cert. Nowadays, cert is, you can freely generate cert. Let's encrypt. So there is no validation, verification, nothing is happening. Cert, anyone can generate. I can have free cert for my lifetime. I go and put my Cloudflare account in the front, free account. I get a cert, lifetime, free. It uses Let's Encrypt in the back. The only thing is it'll actually renew its certificate automatically once every 6 months or something. So either way, no validation verification is happening. Who are these people? Before the cert is being issued. Gone are the days where buying a cert takes 3 weeks, sometimes a month, 1.5 months. They make phone calls to verify. Nowadays, no one cares. Everyone gets HTTPS certificate like that. Yeah. So I understand what Mohammed Najib said, and it is true. We trust the cert used for HTTPS, and that's why nothing is stuff. So as long as HTTPS comes in, your connection is now, or your network is now at an attack, is getting attacked, and your firewall, the major defense in lot of small, medium enterprise, your firewall is now like a Dumbo sitting and like, what the hell is happening? I don't know anything. Everything is not readable. If it's not readable, I have no work to do. That's how it is. Okay, wonderful, guys. Is there any other question? No question. So no one is going to ask me how to solve it. You don't ask, I'm not going to talk about it, okay? So I'm leaving you with the problem. The moment I gave the tip, and now people are saying how to solve it. Okay, if firewall cannot handle this bad guy, the application have to handle it. Application will is see, application on the other side may not have been built to handle malware attacks. Application generally is built in to do its feature set. I give input A, you're supposed to process it to give me output B. So your application may not be ready for it. And if the HTTPS comes in straight with the malware together, you're going to have a problem. But if it is a genuine HTTPS connection from end to end, then your browser or your application will decrypt. Yeah, that is correct. But if there is a malware coming with it, your application is going to see Sun, Moon, Jupiter, Neptune, and is going to get hacked. Okay, now I'm not sure that I'm going to pronounce that name right. I'm sorry, buddy, whoever it is. Okay, the last one is the right one. Okay, ping. Okay, whoever, right? Mr. Or Miss Ping. How to solve it is the question. Yeah. Okay, wonderful. I'm sorry, guys. I'm very bad, really bad. I'm struggling for the last 15 years to get the Chinese names pronounced correct. Okay, now back here. So please forgive me. I take a bow. Okay. Right now, how to solve it? How to solve it? I have to redraw because I've I've already made a mess in this canvas. So let's read. Sorry, is someone talking to me? No. Okay. I was very happy that I'm hearing some voice after a very long time, but that voice also not talking to me. Oh my God, I feel so bad. Okay, let's come back here. Yeah. So let's throw things out here. Let's say okay. Let's take that very same example. Okay. So you don't get confused. Internet, modem, firewall, firewall, or to just to make your life more easier, I'll just keep one firewall. Okay, firewall. Inside here is all your switches and routers, and then you have your computers. Okay, so things gets more easier. Now, so how to solve it? Let's say you as a user who's okay, hello, 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 hello. Okay, you as a user, you're sitting on your computer and you're accessing. In the so-called as next generation firewall, there is a setting called as SSL proxy. This is not enabled by default. You have to enable it. SSL proxy, PROXY. Okay, XX SSL proxy. Now, this is a component that is there in all next generation firewalls by default. It must have. Okay, but it's not enabled by default. Now, the first thing that you have to do is you have to enable this. Now, what does this SSL proxy do? Okay, let's work on that first. Okay, when you initiate an HTTPS connection to a website, let's say same banking website, yeah, outside banking website. Okay, now when you initiate a connection from your computer all the way to the bank, when the connection comes to your firewall will stop the connection here first. He will take the request. Okay, this is a request, right? To connect to this website. It'll take the request and it will proxy the request to the bank. Now, according to bank, who is the user? Firewall or you? According to the bank, who is the user? Firewall or the bank or the user. A request comes from your browser. It goes to your firewall. Firewall stops your request, takes your request, and it sends that request. It proxies it as a new request from the firewall to the bank. So according to the bank, firewall is the user. Okay, so the bank will have a private key here. It will give the public key here. So the bank will connect back to the firewall thinking firewall is the end user. Okay, now private key, public key. Here non-readable text. Both end is readable. In the bank side is readable, on the firewall side is readable. Now the firewall will take the response and it will send it inside to you. According to your browser, who is your server? Your firewall is the server. So firewall will now give a private key and browser will have a public key. Now you're seeing what's happening? Your firewall is now doing the proxy work. That means he's doing the job for you as you. So when you browse the internet, when you set www.blah-blah-blah.com, the request will actually go to your firewall. Firewall will take your request and he will initiate another connection out saying that, hey, I am the one who is requesting it to you. So now according to the bank, firewall is the end user. The bank will give the private public key to your firewall. The firewall will then take it. Since he is the one who is having the key, he can now see everything clear text. Then after inspecting for good or bad, he will now then send it inwards to the user. But now he's gonna actually put an HTTPS internal, private and public. Why? What if the guy who is sitting in your office is a bad guy? You're not supposed to trust anyone, isn't it? If I don't make HTTPS inside here, someone can actually inside your office can see what you're doing. So it is still end-to-end encrypted. Only thing is there is a break in the firewall in the middle. So firewall will now see everything clear text. So he can now check whether it's a good guy or a bad guy. The non-readable problem on your firewall is eliminated if you have enabled SSL proxy and you have configured it correct. Now, Clement, I don't know whether my guys have done it or not. How do I verify this? Is there any way that I can verify without going and meddling with the firewalls and the rule set over here? Very simple. Take your laptop, connect to your computer in or connect to your network in your office, browse any HTTPS website. Once you browse, open the certificate in the browser. Open the certificate in the browser and check who issued the certificate. If the certificate is issued by your firewall, then it is all working correct. SSL proxy is enabled. If the certificate shows the bank certificate, that means it is a pass-through. Your firewall is not inspecting anything. Did the solution make sense? Any questions? So this is already in place in most of the next generation firewalls. A lot of people do not enable it or don't use it because most of the time when vendors come and configure firewalls, their objective is to not to create problem to your existing production environment and make sure everything is running. Just change the head, bro. Put another head. That means change one firewall to another firewall, but no impact to the body. All must be functioning. No operational impact. So what will they do? Minimal setting, allow everything so that everything works. So a firewall deployment is never done by a security guy. Firewall deployments are generally nowadays or all these days have been done by SI vendor or the guy who has been trained by the principal of the firewall how to deploy it. They are never trained and they are not doing anything with respect to security configurations. So your firewall is not getting hardening. They're not getting hardened. They're not having security configuration in place. And it might be allowing all your 443 coming through, which will have the problem of anyone using that 443 can come in and go out like a wind and you will never know about it. Okay, solution clear? So by just having a firewall, it's not gonna protect the day. It has its own weaknesses. It gets confused too. Sometimes it's stunned and you will not know what to select. By default, it'll select good guy. The only way the firewall breaks its deadlock is to make a decision, and that decision is always good guy. Okay? If no question, I proceed, believing that you understood what I just now said. Okay, so now we come back to the same thing back again. Yeah, so security is a process of deploying layers of defenses with an objective of making life difficult. So if you're going to drop layers of defenses without configuring them correctly, without understanding how it works, aren't we wasting our time and money and effort on it? And then you'll be asking, how much to put, man? I've been keep on investing. I'm still getting hacked. Why should I invest so much money? Have you invested the right amount of money at the right infrastructure, and have you configured it correctly so that it can work to its optimum? How do you verify that? And another common mistake that we see in many organizations when you do audits is this. Sorry. If you are trying to protect something, nope, nope. What should I select now? Brush. Okay. I get, what should I select? Help me someone, guys. I thought brush, I can draw back. This is select. I want to, okay. Okay, fine. Something came up somewhere. All right, but this is not still what I want. What should I do? Yes, I'm back out of this. Okay, now, if you have something to protect, let's say something you want to protect, yeah, some important data. Okay, this is what you want to protect. Let's say data or your computers or your systems, whatever. This is something that you want to protect. If I ask you to put defense layers, how would you do? Will this be correct? If I put the data or if I put the multi-layered defense like this, you think this is correct? It is not, because it is a unidirectional. It is a unidirectional protection. What if the bad guy comes from the back or from the side? So the right way to do multi-layered approaches, it has to be a ring. Ring 1, ring 2, and ring 3. Now, most of us have multi-layered in one direction. That's where your cost becomes a problem. You keep investing, but you're not actually having a ring, but you keep on adding in one direction. So how not to fall in this trap of unidirectional multi-layered? You need to first create a proper security strategy. Then creates your security framework based upon whatever you have in place as your assets. Then do your gap assessment of where the gaps are on this full layered security. Okay, so the gap assessment is together with the risk assessment. The risk assessment will give you the gap. Yeah, so gap assessment means it is risk assessment to find the gap. Then you try to come up with your plan to protect. Now you will know what are all the technologies that you need to put in place to achieve that single ring first. So if you don't do all of this, and if you're only, like for example, you're not doing any of this, and you're only listening to your vendor who's there to come and sell you firewalls, that box, this box, and all of it, the vendor will have his KPIs in his mind, and he is going to come and start pushing you. Hey, it is good to buy this, it is good to buy this, and he will be adding 4, 5, 6 that you may not need at all because he needs to sell, because he needs to meet his KPI. I will not blame him. He's doing it for survivability. Right? So we need to understand what do we need rather than simply going to whatever vendor says buy. Then you're gonna come back and say, I've been keep on investing. Now, if you're gonna ask me, Clement, how do I measure it? Okay, fine. I have actually listened to my vendor, Clement. It's fine. Is that means whatever my vendor says is wrong? Not necessarily. Yeah, not necessarily. There might be a lot of good things that he has told you, and you are and you would have actually followed. So there is not everything a vendor says is wrong. So how do I measure? Look at these two simple measurements for you. Yeah. MTTD and MTTR. Mean time to detect. Mean time to detect. Mean time to response. These are the two measurements that you need to hold very close at heart. If an attack happens, what is my mean time to detect an attack? What kind of attacks? Okay, a normal virus? Not enough. There are different types of malwares. We'll talk about it in the list in coming slides. Okay, so mean time to detect an attack. How fast do I detect an attack? And how fast do I respond? Do I have the necessary tools for this? Do I have the necessary tools for this for my entire infrastructure and all its components? If you achieve these two measurements, that is when your company is called as a cyber resilient company. How do you actually say resilient? It doesn't mean that you will never get attacked. The resilience comes even when I get attacked, I can jump back, I can bounce back within this time with no effect to my operations nor my data. That's what this resilience is all about. Okay, so all of these are interconnected. These are the core basics if you want to do any kind of cybersecurity investments. Understand these basics before you start going and buying things. Never buy solutions, technologies as an a la carte with no design idea in your head. If you do not know why you are buying it and how it fits into your ring, if you don't know that, don't buy it. Ask for help from cybersecurity consultants like us. I'm going to say shameless, yeah, like us, okay, right? And ask, and we can definitely help you to see, hey, where are your gaps? What are you buying? Does it help or not? That 40,000, 50,000, 100,000, you can use it for the gap to fill up rather than adding additional layer in the same direction. It's not going to help. This is a bad idea of keep on adding in one direction. Okay. Fine. No questions? I'll continue my slide. I've just covered only one slide, yeah? Okay, right. Now, so we have seen all of this. So now this slide makes a lot of sense. Yeah, so this slide makes a lot of sense now. Attackers take a path of least resistance. Your 443 on your firewall is a least resistance path. Because attackers does not need a big crack or a gapping hole. They just need a simple crack somewhere to sip in slowly and make the crack a little bit wider, and they can flow in and flow out easily. That's it. They will always try to find the easier way. They don't have to start banging your firewall to break into your office. They don't have to. If they can find a more simpler way, then yeah, that's how they're going to come in. I was actually doing an audit in a company last year, and I found this. They had a super investment on firewalls and a whole lot of things outside. Yeah, the perimeter defense was very good, with an assumption that everyone is going to come through your main gate. What stops me from coming through the windows or the side wall or the back door? Example, they had a Wi-Fi. They have a wireless network. A lot of people make this mistake. The wireless network is connected to the local network. The wireless network is connected to the local network, where all your servers and your computers are connected. So if someone connects to your wireless network, where is he? He's already inside your network. He didn't even pass through your firewall in the front. You understand? So if he's coming through the Wi-Fi and the Wi-Fi is connected to your local network, then that's my easier way to come in rather than banging my head on your firewall. In that process, I might die. Or firewall might break. If the firewall breaks, you will know. I want to come in and go out like a wind that you don't even know that I existed. See, for example, Singapore Health, Sing Health, 2018, 2017, 2018. They got infected with a malware. And the hackers took over their server and they moved data, 1.5 million Singapore citizens' medical records, 160,000 people's prescription records, including Prime Minister's record, the current Prime Minister. It became a big hoo-ha. After the investigations, they made the investigation report public. If anyone wants it, ask me. I'll actually pass it to you. Signed by a then Minister of Cybersecurity, which is Mr. Easwaran, and the whole team that did the forensic investigations. It's a very well written 400+ pager document. And it says very clearly the hackers were inside Sing Health infrastructure for 11 months, not 1 day or 1 second or 1 week or 1 month. They were inside the network for 11 months. And the defenses did not pick up. So if the defenses doesn't pick up, it only picked up after the data went out. Yeah. So attackers will always try to find the least resistant path. They will try to sit in, move slowly, get what they want, and then chow out. Okay. And they only bother when they get good return on investments. And there are many ways that they can easily get and achieve the return of investments. How? By taking your data and selling out there, or showing the data back to you and said, if you don't give me money, I will make it public. So either a bad guy buys it, or your own data, you pay so that this guy doesn't release outside. Many companies have done that. So either way, the ROI is very high. Attackers are like water. Now, how do they get our stuff? How do they know our email address? How do they know our name, which company we are working, what is our designation, who are our family members? How do they know it? It's either we gave it to them or someone or something that we trust gives it to them. It's either only two options. We gave it to them or someone or something that we trusted got infected, got hacked, and those or that person or those devices or those applications gave away our data. Example, look at this. A simple bubble chart of bubble diagrams, a lot of bubbles. If you just roll your eyeballs on these bubbles, you'll find a lot of well-known companies. And another beauty you will find is you will find many of these companies appearing multiple times. Okay, now let me explain what is this diagram all about. These are the biggest or the largest data breaches that got reported in the last 4 or 5 years. Largest data breaches that got reported in the last few years. So, in short, in a more simpler layman term, these are the companies that have been hacked and they have lost customers, consumers' data. And this is publicly available information. It doesn't mean only these companies have been hacked and others all are secure. No. Most of the companies don't make a noise about they getting hacked. They keep quiet. How many times in Malaysia did you see a company get hacked and they came and say, oh, we got hacked, sorry? How many times? We have seen so many times banks and other companies, including government agencies, coming and saying, no, we didn't get hacked. No, that data, we don't know from where it came. It's not our data. It didn't go from us. We have seen it multiple times, guys. I can give you a long list. From 46.2 million mobile subscriber data that went, which includes my data, your data, everyone's data in Malaysia. It was lying around in a Lawyard forum. After it got thrashed in the dark web and everyone has used it to the maximum, then someone threw it out in public domain. Our health informations, our birth database, secrets. I can go on and on. Multiple banks. I can start naming them one by one. Consistent answer. Oh, it didn't happen through us. Oh, it's somewhere else. Oh, we didn't get hacked. So, well, so we don't have a legislation. We don't have a law that makes it mandatory that everyone who gets hacked, attacked, compromised must inform the government about it, must report. But that is coming on the way. It's coming. Maybe another couple of years we will have it. Okay, but for now we don't. A lot of foreign countries do have. Okay, but anyway, coming back. So these are all the companies that got compromised. Now, do you think that these guys didn't have an antivirus? Or do you guys think that these guys didn't have a firewall? Or do you think that these guys didn't have enough budget to spend on cybersecurity or security? They had all of it. Then why are they getting hacked? And most of them are multiple times. You look at the Facebook, 533 million, down 420 million, down. There is another small Facebook bubble, 2018, 2019, 2021, everywhere. On an average, every year, Facebook gets compromised. Minimum 500 million, they will give it away. Because they're getting it free, ma. And I saw a study from Alliance Group, I think, last year. It said that 68% of Asians in this region, ASEANs and APACs, will not use the service of the company that has been hacked. So if a company get hacked, people will leave, forsake the company, and they'll go to another competitor. This is what the number says, because that's what people said to the survey. I was looking at the data and I was like actually smiling my way back home. I'm like, I don't think so. That's true. You know why? If at all that is true, major part of that 66% people must have been out of Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, LinkedIn. All of these got hacked multiple times. Why are they still there? So a lot of times we say something, we do something else. Okay. So here is all companies that got hacked and they lost data into the hands of hackers. So I come back to my previous question. They all are antivirus. They all had firewall. Then why do you think this is happening? Anyone? Why is this happening? Sometimes again and again and again. Microsoft multiple times. Microsoft is also there somewhere a few times inside here. Google multiple times. Twitter multiple times. Marriott hotels multiple times. There's a lot of them inside here multiple times. Amazon multiple times. Tell me. They all had your antivirus, firewall, and all kind of other defenses. Then why are they getting hacked again and again and again? So it's either you give it away or someone else will give it up. So the question is, why is this happening? See, generally people come back and say, and you would have heard this statement very, very common, very often. The weakest link in a security chain is people. It's all because of people. People are stupid. They simply go and click everywhere and they give away the details. Everything is because of people. Have you heard this time and again, time and again, time and again? Here is a different version of it. I don't believe that story. I do believe and I do see that people is part of the problem, but people is not the major only problem. If we are going to keep on putting ourselves down and saying we are stupid, we are the problem, we are the stuff, we are doing this, we are that, when are we going to say that? What's the problem, guys? Okay. So here is my version of the story. Now, it's up to you whether you want to believe it or not, yeah? Or you want to accept it or not. But I categorically denied a statement saying that humans are the weakest link. All problem is because of humans. No. My justification is very simple. If it is all because of humans, then what is technology doing? The technology is supposed to protect us, right? If it's all because of people, and if people becomes all right, everything will stop. Why are we investing in technology? Why are we creating technology? Why is technology in place in the first place? I can sit and start brainwashing people. If I can make sure my people are doing everything right, that means I'm not gonna get attacked. Is that what they are trying to tell? So if my people are not clicking on the link, that means I will never get attacked? Not true. So people are not the only problem, is my way of looking at it. And I can give you numbers. If you look at these bubbles over here, and you can take any data, yeah, of the major attacks that is reported from 20 to 40% of the problem might have triggered from some human intervention. Even if I take the higher limit of 40%, there is another 60%. Where is it coming from? It's coming from technology. It is coming from technology. We are using technologies that were never built for the way that we are using it today. Does that statement sound confusing? We are using technologies that was never built for what it is being used today. And none of our technologies were built with security by design. I believe that there are fairly a quarter plus of the people in the class today is IT background. Now, question to you is this, yeah? Take a piece of paper and a pencil or a pen, write down all the protocols. This is for IT people in the class, yeah? Write down the protocols that we use day to day that has security by design. Write down the protocols that are with security by design. When we created the protocol, we already had security in the protocol. Give me 3 protocols. Give me 3 protocols that we are using day to day in our IT infrastructure, which has security by design. Believe me, you will struggle. The first one you will write. Second one you would struggle. Third one you will not be able to find. You understanding what I'm trying to tell? The building blocks of our technologies and our IT infrastructure were never built with security in it when they were designed it. Because when they designed it, whatever we are using today, it was not there. We didn't have an internet. We didn't have online banking. We didn't have online shopping. We didn't have a whole lot of things that we're having today 20 years back when the protocols were created. So the technology is a weak link together with people and process. So everything is contributing to the current problem that we have. We are easily saying it's people, it's people, it's people. Train your people. Get all kind of technologies to monitor your people. What upon the technology on which I am running my entire stack? I'll give you one example. If you don't understand what I'm saying, I'll give you one example. The base example that touches every one of us, yeah? Let's go back to the drawing board again. Let's go back to drawing board again, yeah? Let's go to the very, very basic protocol, HTTP. Hyper Text Transfer Protocol. I repeat, Hyper Text Transfer Protocol. As the name indicates, it was created to transfer text. It was created to transfer text from one place to another place. Hypertext with some kind of bold, italic, color, yeah. Formatted, rich text. Transfer protocol. That's what it is all about. It was never built for any kind of, online banking, online shopping, all that online that we are doing today. It was never built for it. Let me explain this, yeah, so that you understand what is it. Now, I'll try to explain the whole thing as simple as possible with no technical jargons on it. But if at all something slips and you don't understand, ask. Ask and you shall be given. Knock and it shall be opened unto you. Seek and you shall find. All right, let's go. Now you are actually browsing the website. Yeah, you browse website. HTTP, HTTPS, whatever. You browse website. All web works on HTTP or HTTPS. We'll come to S later. We'll start in the core of the protocol first. HTTP. So if I am sitting on a browser on my computer and I'm connecting to a website, okay, web server, there is a communication happening between me and the website. Okay, so I go and type www.gmail.com. For example, once I type www.gmail.com and hit enter, there is a request going from my browser to the website. So this is called as a request. What is the request? It says get me gmail.com. Hence it is called as get request. Get me gmail.com. So the server will respond. So this is what we call as response. Response is when you get the, okay, I will draw what is the result here. So response is when you get the page which had the Gmail opened with the username, password, and submit button. Okay, so this is response. So HTTP works as a request and a response pair. Request and a response pair. Every request must have a response. Okay, so request, response. So what's so good? So you requested for gmail.com. You responded with an page which is asking your username, password, and submit button. So let's say you put your username and password and you submitted it. Now the request is going out. This time you are posting the username and password, correct? So it is called as post request. Post request with user ID and password. When user ID password is sent to the web server will check in the database in the back whether that user ID password validation or user ID and password combination is correct or not. So far so good. If it is correct, it will log you in. If it is not, it will give you an error. Let's say it is correct. So the response comes back. Now you go to the next page, which is where you have logged in and you see all your email. And this side is inbox, sent item, draft item, delete item, junk, and blah, 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 blah. So you have now logged in. Now let's say you have actually, I've got a new email. Okay, you're following so far, yeah? You have got a new email. You have received a new email. You want to go and open that email. You go and click on it. When you click on that, there is another request going from your browser to the server asking the request, asking, hey, for this message ID, retrieve my email. Now here is the first problem. Since hypertext transfer protocol was only supposed to transfer text, it is not supposed to remember anything. I repeat, it is only supposed to transfer text. It is not supposed to remember anything. After transfer text, I've already transferred what to remember? Nothing. Hence, HTTP is called as stateless protocol. Stateless protocol. That means it cannot remember anything of the past. It can only remember the current conversation, the current request, the current response. The past request and past response, it will not remember. That means he has already forgotten all of this. So far so good? He is now only remembering that you are asking for this email to be retrieved. But is your email is a protected data? That means Can your email be seen by someone else? Cannot. My email, only I can see. So the server now needs to know who you are. Are you the right person who can see this message ID? Where was that information? That information was here, which he has already forgotten. So now he do not know who you are. And you're asking for an email and I don't know who you are. How to give it to you? So what happens is the web server will ask your browser for user ID password again. Now you might be thinking like, I don't see this. Yes, you don't see it. I'll tell you how did we suppress it, but let's go and understand how it works first. Yeah. So it asks you for user ID password. So you have to put your user ID and password and submit again. Then it will validate. Then it will give you the response back. Then you will get your next page. Your next page is your email that you're reading. Now you have reply, reply all. Let's say you want to reply all. Now the next request goes in. He has already forgotten this. He now do not know who you are. Okay, he's going to ask you for user ID password again. You key in user ID password, it validates and it brings you to the next page, which is your compose box. You type and reply and you click on send button. Now, can anyone send an email out of your account? Cannot. So I have already forgotten all of this. Now he's going to ask you back again, what is your username and password? Then it will send the email. After sending the email, it has to come to your inbox, isn't it? Now he has forgotten send it to whose inbox? It's going to ask you for another username and password. You give, then he will give it to your inbox. Now, in short, if every request you end up in providing your username and password, will you use internet? We will never use. For every click I have to put username and password, we will never go to computer. We will never go to internet. We'll never go to online banking, online shopping, online Facebooking, whatever. We will never do that. So how did we suppress this? This is how it's working till today. Yeah. So how did we suppress this? We created a funny concept called as cookies. We created a concept called as cookies. What is this cookies? It is a simple text file that gets created on your browser after the first validation happens who you are. A cookie ID is created and it said the validation is true. This guy is already been validated. Give him what he wants. That's what it means. Okay. So if your HR has validated you and has given you your access card, you can come in and go out of the office. No one is going to ask you because you have the access card. Access card will only be given to you if the HR has validated you. So far, so good. So cookies. Now, what does cookies do is every request, it actually tells the server, hey, this guy you already know. You have already validated him. Give him what he wants. So every time there is this is suppressed with cookie informing the server that you already know him. Give him the data. Don't ask for user ID password again. This is what cookies is all about, or this is how it was before. Today, cookies are used for tracking people. Okay. Early days, this is what cookies was created for, a text file in the browser. And that's like your access card. So now see the first problem. The first problem was, hey, if I take this cookie from your browser and I put it into my browser, will I become you? Because your cookie is the one who is actually keep on telling the web server, this guy is already validated. You have forgotten. I know you are an amnesia patient. You have forgotten. But he is already validated. Give him what he wants. So if I take that cookie and I put it inside my browser, it's like me stealing your access card. If I steal your access card, can I get into your office? I can. So if I steal the cookies, I can now be able to go into your account without knowing your password. As long as I know your email address is enough. I'm into your account. This is called as cookie stealing. Now this became a big problem. So you are scratching our head, hey, how to solve this? So then we said, okay, we will have client side cookie, one cookie this side, one cookie this side. A lot of programmers, including me 20 years back, went cuckoo. We do not know when to use what. Then the server side cookie got a new name called as sessions. This is the name that exists till today. Sessions. So when the first request comes, the first response will be given with the session ID. Thereafterwards, every request and response will be going up and down with the session ID. This is the way to tell the web server, I am the one that you already validated. Allow me and give me the data I want. So the HTTP is till today an amnesia patient because it was never created for online communication. It was only to transfer text. Yeah. So since it cannot remember, we have to keep on sending up and down the session ID. So we thought all problem was solved. And that is when the Facebook came up, online banking came up, everything came up. One day, one funny guy on internet started looking on the data that is flowing on internet. And he can see everything clear text. Means everything is readable. Because HTTP without the S, HTTP is a clear text protocol. That means it just transfers text. What else do you expect? So anyone in the middle can see the data, can read the data, can modify the data. So early days of online Facebooking, online banking had all this problem. Anyone in the middle can actually change the value of your transfer and the account number of the transfer. So you are transferring 1,000 to your family member, the 1,000 goes somewhere else. If someone in the middle can modify it, this became a big problem again. So what did we do? See, whenever in our day-to-day life, whenever we do not know how to solve a problem, what do we do? Guys, I'm asking a very simple question now, yeah? Talk to me. When you have a problem in your life and you do not know how to solve it, what do you do? So when we have a problem, we don't know how to handle it. There are a few things that we do. One, yes, we ask, right? Second, we start behaving as if the problem doesn't exist. Or we try to cover it up. Is that right? Have you done that before? Any of this before? Yeah. Most of it, yes, we ask Google all the time, but have you just tried to ignore the problem? The problem doesn't exist and you live in your life happy. Oh, it's okay. It's okay. I will think about it later. Push, 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 push. We push away the problem because we don't know the answer and we don't want to handle it. Or the other way around is we try to cover it up. That's exactly what we did. We covered it up. By what? We put a 5,000-year-old carpet called as encryption and we covered it up so that no one on the internet will be able to see it, read it, modify it. Now, this is what is HTTPS is all about. It's a carpet that actually encrypts and decrypts the data, or encrypt from this side and decrypt to this side. So everything over here is junk. Can people still see it? Yes, they can see it, but it's going to be junk. They cannot read it. They cannot modify it. So HTTPS in short is called as data in transit security. So when a data moves from point to point, it needs to be protected so that no one in the middle will be able to read it nor modify it. This is what we call as HTTPS. So in short, a very important myth, HTTPS does not make and cannot make a website secure. I repeat, HTTPS cannot make a website secure. A website security is nothing to do with HTTPS. Website communication security is all to do with HTTPS. So if someone comes and says, oh, you don't have HTTPS, your website is not secure and it can be hacked. That's bullshit. Okay, so this is another problem that we in IT industry created. To sell certificates, we kept telling, even today morning when I opened my phone and I was actually doing something on the YouTube, there was an advertisement from GoDaddy. Buy the certificate and make your website secure. I was like, excuse me? So HTTPS doesn't make a website secure. If HTTPS had made the website secure, why did all this happen? All these fellows are HTTPS. The websites got hacked. Okay, you understand the myth? Yeah. So HTTPS is to make sure that these details are not seen by other people. If they are seen, if I can take this data and put inside my browser, I'll become you. This is called as session hijacking. Session hijacking. All this problem is not solved, guys. It's still there. It's only discovered up. If your certificate is compromised, all of this problem will come up. And the hacker will have a party time on your connection. That is why people say don't connect to public Wi-Fi. Because public Wi-Fi is very easy to break your HTTPS. The moment the HTTPS breaks under the carpet, it is filthy stinky. Why is all this mess? Because HTTP was never built for websites or online web applications or online payment gateways, online shopping, online this, online that. It was never built for it. So technologies that were never built for what we are using it for today is one of the main problem. It's like you actually built a basement to withstand 5-story building, apartment building. Now that location becomes a prime lot and everyone want to buy houses. So you simply went and added more floors on top of it to the level of next 10 to 15 floors. But your basement was only put to withstand the pressure of 5-story. Now you have 15-story. What do you think is going to happen to your basement? It's going to start cracking. Every time the basement cracks, you start patching it. More cement, more stones, more concrete, more this. You start putting it. It can hold for some time and it'll crack again. Patch, hold, crack, patch, hold, crack. This is what is happening in 90% of all our protocols that we are using today. And we have nothing working to change this guy. So now you understand why it's always hacking all the way. Why hackers are having party time and why it's very easy. Once we are back from our break, I'll start showing you demos to prove all this point that I have given you as concepts. Okay, because these are all very important myths that has to be debunked, that has to be broken, because our understanding of security hinges on these beliefs. If I can, If I've successfully broken that HTTPS makes the website secure, now you will see HTTPS in a different light altogether. Okay. So mean we need WAF. Answer is yes. For people who do not know what is WAF, it's a short form of Web Application Firewall. Let me share my screen. Just give me 3 minutes. Yeah, don't worry. I'm not inching in into your 15 minutes. From the time we stop again, 15 minutes. Okay. So don't worry. So let's open up Google and type WAF, Web Application Firewall. Now, if you are trying to protect your applications from hackers attacking your application, you need to have a protection called as Web Application Firewall. Now you can say, Clement, we already have firewall. What? Why do we need a Web Application Firewall? For this, we have to go one level basic down. Okay. OSI layer. Now, if you look at these images here, see, every computer communicates in different layers. Okay. So let me try to open this up. Right. So let me. Okay. Right. So there you go. Right. So let me make it a little bit bigger. And there you go. Look at the right hand side. Oops. Yeah. Okay. Now this is a bit bigger for you to read. Yeah. Now you look at this. These are the 7 layers which actually communicate from one computer to another computer. Okay. So your physical network, cables, wireless, all is here. Ethernet, data link, network packets, transport, sessions, so all of these. So in a normal firewall, the normal firewall will only look at the bottom 4 layers, sometimes the 5th layer. So all of these are protected by the normal firewall. A normal firewall do not look at the layer 7 at all. So if an attack happens in layer 7, this is where your HTTP is. This is where your HTTPS is. All your web applications are in this layer communication. So if this layer is not protected, your web application is not protected from attacks. So if you want your web server and web application to be protected from attacks, then you need to have a layer 7 protection. That is what we called as web application firewall, which protects the layer 7 and protects your application from attacks. Now, again, after all of this, if I have a web application firewall, is my application going to be 100% secure? Answer is no. The best way to handle application security, we'll talk about it later, application security is the programmer must write proper secure programming. And he must validate all the inputs coming into your application. If they have written their programming well, protecting with a WAF will yield result. If the programming is bad, your WAF will try its level best to protect, but it will break. Let me get on to something else. So technology is a problem. Okay. In the same technology stack issue, there is one more stuff called a 0-day vulnerability. Now, what is a 0-day? Okay, if you're not a technical person, you may not know about this 0-day vulnerability. All that we know is every month we get a patch from Microsoft or Apple or whoever, and then we apply the patch. And then we have been told by the company, and everyone in the company also is supposed to patch our softwares. Whenever there is an update, update it. That's what we know. Update it. Now, why are we updating it? What is this process? And what is a vulnerability? And then what is a 0-day vulnerability? Let's quickly cover that and then get into some demos for you. Okay. Now, 0-day vulnerability. Before that, let's understand what is the term vulnerability means. A vulnerability means a gap, a weakness in software or hardware or your infrastructure or even with people. Okay, so vulnerability is a gap or a weakness. So if there is a software written, for example, Microsoft has written Windows operating system 11 or Windows OS 10. This is a software. The entire operating system is a software. If there is a weakness in that software, then it is called as vulnerability. Okay, so this is called as vulnerability, a weakness in the software. Now, if an hacker gets to know about that weakness, he can use that weakness to take over that software. Okay, if the attacker gets to know about the weakness, then the attacker can exploit the weakness, use the weakness to enter and steal data or take complete control of the device. This is what is called as hacking or exploitation, exploiting the vulnerability. Okay, so these are all the few technical terms that you'll be keep on hearing. If you're talking about cybersecurity or if you're hearing people talking, then these are the words that generally used. Vulnerability is weakness or a gap. A hacker using that vulnerability is called as exploiting or exploitation. This entire process is called as hacking. Once he exploits that vulnerability, he gets into your systems. What he does there afterwards, okay, whether is he gonna stay connected, then it is called as backdoor or C and C, command and control connection. That means from the hacker's computer, he is always going to connect to your computer or your mobile phone. He can always watch what you're doing. Backdoor or command and control connection. So these are steps: vulnerability, exploitation, and then backdoor or the connection back. Okay, so these are all are interconnected. Now, what is patch management or update? See, whenever there is a vulnerability in a software and the software provider knows about it, the software provider will fix it. So when there is a bug or when there is a vulnerability or when there is a weakness in the software provider will fix it if he knows about it. So that is what you get as an update. So most of the updates that you receive is not to give you extra functions. It is to fix the existing problems. Clear? So hence it is important for us to update or patch. The moment you have an update, apply it. Don't wait. Because from the time a software provider gets to know about the vulnerability, on an average, they take from 50 days to 232 days to fix it. I repeat, from the time the software provider gets to know about the vulnerability, the average duration that they take to fix the problem is 50 days to 232 days. That's the range. So they have already taken a lot of time. Then only it is coming to you to patch. So if you start taking more time, then that's a huge interval for hackers to have party time on your devices. So it's always good to have updates done immediately once it's available. Now, what is 0-day vulnerability? These are undisclosed vulnerabilities. In short, there is a weakness in the software. Software provider don't know about it, but hackers found it first. So if I am the hacker and I have found a vulnerability and I don't want to tell it to the software provider, I will now use it to hack all the people who are using that software. Will I get a higher upper hand? Yes, I will. Because software provider don't know about it. If the software provider don't know about it, there is no patch, no update. If there is no update, there is no defense. It's like you're having a gaping hole in the side of your wall in the house and you don't know about it. Can anyone come in and go out of your house? Yes. Will your front door protect that? It will not, because the hole is in the side. Yeah. So even if you have your antiviruses, firewalls, it will not protect and detect and save you from 0-day vulnerabilities. So if there is a vulnerability in a software and the software provider don't know about it, but hackers know about it, they can start attacking. They can start exploiting it. They can take over computers and people's data, and it makes their life more easier compared to those that are fixed. So there is a sharp increase of 0 days, 125% increase in 0 days in a span of 1 year. A new 0-day vulnerability discovered every week. Now, if you're going to ask me a very simple logical question, Clement, if the software provider don't know about the problem, how do we know there is an 125% increase? How do we know that there is one every week? The answer is very simple. When there is a 0-day vulnerability found by the hackers, they will start attacking. Based upon the attacks and people complaining about it, the software provider will start giving you patches. Now, how do I read this, Clement? Okay, let me take you an example for it. Let's go to Uncle Google and say 0-day vulnerabilities. Okay, so there is all these definitions. Yeah, previously unknown to those who have been interested in mitigation. That means the software provider. Okay, until the vulnerability is mitigated, hackers can exploit it and steal. Okay, now look at Apple 0-day vulnerabilities. You look at the heading. Apple fixes new WebKit 0-day exploited to hack iPhones. That means it is already being exploited in the wild, and Apple has given a fix on 13th February. You now look at this, December 2022. Apple fixes actively exploited 0-day security vulnerability. That means it's already been attacked. People are being compromised. Then Apple got to know, because people start complaining about it in their support forums and all of it. Then Apple tried to go and find out what might have been the issue. Then they find the issue. Then they fix it. This process is happening every week. Okay. New actively exploited 0-day vulnerability, December 2022. Apple ships fixes for 0-day vulnerability, February, October. So every month you will find at least 4 to 5 0 days in Apple alone. Now this is an information for all the Apple users who are living in Apple in Wonderland, believing that, oh, I don't need any protection on my Apple phone or my Mac machines. Everything is super secure. I'm sorry. You have been living in dreamland, or rather Wonderland. Wake up, guys. Apple systems are the highest, or more number of 0 days are in Apple ecosystems when compared to Android or Windows. More 0 days are in Apple ecosystem. For the last 1.5 years, this has been the scenario. Your Apple phones and your Mac devices are the easiest soft target to get compromised. There are tons and tons of 0 days available. Okay, if you don't believe me, go and actually Google. You will find a long list of 0 days. On an average, every month there is a couple. But what I don't like with Apple is they don't tell this to the common users. They give the wrong perception. Everything is perfect. You will never get hacked. Apple phone is very secure, but they keep on releasing patches. The patch release notes will also come back and tell you, oh, we added this function. We enhanced this function. They will not talk anything about the 0 day or the fix that they have done in the back unless you go to this Apple support. You go to support.apple.com. There, it might actually tell you the details. You look at this. This is support.apple.com, yeah? This is November's, yeah? So if you go into the Apple website and look detail, that is when they will tell you the details. You look at this. This is danger. Execute arbitrary code with kernel privileges. That means I can run any code on your mobile phone with full root permission. This was fixed in October 2022 for this particular component. Okay. And it goes on and on. Long list, yeah? Long list, yeah? And as a normal user, you wouldn't have heard about this at all. And you will be thinking everything is fine. Because you're having an Apple phone, you are secure, you're protected. That's one of the biggest myth. There is no software on earth that is 100% secure. And Apple is definitely not one of them. Not one of those softwares that is fully 100% secure. Okay, so you can go and look deeper. These are all on their own Apple's website. So Android, Google, or Samsung didn't pay me to give you a misinformation here. Yeah, so it's all out there. It's only that the normal people don't know about it. If you look at a bit deeper, you will see there's all kind of very fantastic words: bypass, execute, kernel privileges. Anyone can intercept your mail credentials, arbitrary code with kernel privileges. Okay, so long list, guys. Okay, every month you will see few. Okay, so end of the story. Apple friends or Apple users, please make sure that you update your Apple phones and be aware that your phone needs protection. Now, how to protect a mobile phone, we'll talk about it very soon. There's something coming. Oh, okay. That's Connie to participants. Okay, sorry. It's not a question. Okay, so zero-day vulnerability. So you understand the problem, yeah? So there's a steep increase in 0 days across, not only in Apple, across, but Apple is one of the top that has the high number of 0 days in there. So how do hackers buy and sell this 0 days? They actually buy and sell the 0 days in the dark web. There are also websites that allows this happening. If you don't believe me, I'll bring you to the website. Zerodium.com. This is one of the famous company that buys and okay, they only speak about buying, huh? They don't speak about selling. But if you keep on buying, what are you going to do with it? Okay, so Zerodium is the world's leading exploit acquisition platform for advanced 0-day research. This is the bounties, but let's get in here. They have their price structure. That's a payouts. It actually varies from $2,500 to $2.5 million. Look at this. So if you find a vulnerability in Windows, remote code execution, RC, that means you can execute the malware remotely. 0 click means the user don't have to click on anything. And you can still exploit. If you can find a vulnerability in Windows with remote code execution 0 click, you get paid $1 million. You get paid $1 million. Chrome, Apache. Okay, so the price differs. So the highest price on the desktop server range is 1 million. You're going to have a surprise when I scroll down for mobile phones. Look at the mobile phone. 2.5 million. If you find a vulnerability in Android, not Apple. Apple is lesser than Android. 2 million. Because Apple has too many vulnerabilities already, and they have Zerodium in their Twitter. They have announced already they're going to reduce this price more for Apple because too many people are submitting too many findings, and you can't be paying 2 million to everyone, isn't it? So they're reducing the price more
Isn't
for
it?
Apple.
Isn't it? Isn't it?
Yeah, yeah. Now someone is actually teaching me English pronunciation, is it? Okay. Now this is their payment process. Yeah, as a preliminary contact, preliminary offer, code submission, code evaluation, payment, and this whole process takes within 1 week or less. They are very good paymasters. Yeah, this is one of the famous and widely used platform for buying or selling 0 days. Now let's move on to our slides. So the attacks are actually evolving and things are getting more and more difficult to detect. Okay, so in the early days, we had this mass distribution of malware. Okay, since we are seeing a lot of malwares over here, if you're thinking, where is virus? Okay, let's clear another misconception. Yeah, another wrongly understood stuff. Okay, now let me open up a notepad and type 2 statements. Tell me which statement is correct. Yeah, statement 1. Statement 1 is virus is a type of malware. Statement 2, malware is a type of virus. Which statement is correct? Which statement is correct? Statement 1. The commonly misunderstood statement, or a lot of people believe this statement is correct because of their misunderstanding of what is virus. So a lot of people would say too, malware is a type of virus, is because we always hear about virus, antivirus, virus, antivirus, and then we hear malware once somewhere. So we always automatically think that malware is a type of virus. Okay, but here virus is a type of malware is the right answer. Now, quick 101, yeah, for those people who said 2, which is a wrong answer, yeah. So for those people who had picked up the wrong answer, this is a quite simple 101 straight for next 1-2 minutes. Yeah. Malware is a mnemonic or short form for malicious software. Malware is a short form for malicious software. Okay, malware. Now today everything runs on software, isn't it? Our laptop runs on software. Our mobile phone runs on software, our watch runs on software, our TV runs on software, our micro oven runs on software, our refrigerator runs on software, our air conditioner runs on software, our car runs on software. So everything runs on software today. So when does a software become a malicious software? A software becomes a malicious software if it has a malicious intent. What are the examples of malicious intent? Stealing your data, your data or money, okay? Watching over you or spying all your activities. Yeah, so all of these are malicious intent. We can go on and on. Okay, so if a software is having a malicious intent, it's called as a malware. Let me give a simple example. Let's say for your day-to-day work, you are actually downloading a scientific calculator. Okay, this is not a virus or it is not a malware that you're downloading. You're downloading a calculator, a scientific calculator for some work that you have to do in your office. And you're downloading it into your phone from Apple Store or Google Store or wherever you have downloaded your calculator app, and you install the calculator app. It asks you for all permissions, and then we generally say allow, allow, allow for everything, right? So we have allowed everything in. Calculator is now running. The moment you open the calculator, in the back, the calculator is taking all your data in your gallery, all your pictures that is close at heart, all your personal private pictures that you wouldn't want anyone to see. Everything is going to be taken now and sent to a hacker in China, for example. Now the calculator is called as a malware because it's a software and it's having a malicious intent. It is stealing your entire data. Okay, so a malware is an umbrella term or a general term. Now, there are different types of malwares. One is called as virus, another one is called as worm, maybe another one spyware. The spyware has a type called as keylogger. Then you might have something called as Trojan. Then you have something called as ransomware. And you have a whole lot of other things, bootkit, rootkit, long list. So these are some common words that you would have heard before. What is virus? A malware that gets onto your device, infects your device, stays on your device. Okay, a malware that gets on your device, infects your device, stays on your device. Virus. What is a worm? A malware that gets onto your device, infects your device, and moves from device to device automatically. Is called as worm. W-O-R-M. Worm. Okay, worms don't stay in one place, right? It moves. So virus stays, worm moves. Spyware. Spyware is a malware that gets onto your device, infects your device, sits on your device, and monitors whatever you are doing on that device. Your microphone is hijacked. Your screen is hijacked. Your keyboard, whatever you're doing in your keyboard is everything. Whatever is on your hard disk taken, and someone is watching you 24/7 as long as you're on your laptops or mobile phones. Spyware. Now, what is keylogger? Keylogger is a type of spyware. It doesn't carry or it doesn't care what you do in your computer or what is stored in your computer. It only monitors what you type in your keyboard. So keyloggers are generally used to steal your user ID, your password, your OTPs. Yeah, so that's what keyloggers do. Now, what is Trojan? A commonly used attack method, Trojan. Hiding a malware inside another file. I repeat, hiding a malware inside another file. For example, you received an email with a Word attachment, Microsoft Word attachment, Word, Excel, PowerPoint, PDF, image, any of the attachments. And for you, you thought it's just a Word or Excel or PowerPoint or PDF or an image. You just opened it. But inside that, there is a malware. The moment you opened it, it jumped out onto your computer and your computer is now infected. So where was the malware? The malware was hidden inside another file. These are called as Trojan or Trojan horse. And another new name is called as fileless malwares. So malware itself is not a file. The malware is set of codes inside another file. Fileless malwares. Then you have ransomware. This, I believe all of you would have heard about it. A malware that gets onto your device, infects your device, and converts all your data into non-readable format, means encrypted, and you can't access your own data. And then it asks you for money. You want your data back? Pay me $1,000, $10,000, $100,000. If you don't pay within the next 70 hours or 90 hours, all your data is gone. So if you don't have a backup of your data, you're gonna have a problem. Okay, so these are the stories behind malware. Now come back here. So threat evolution is accelerating. There's all kind of evolutions in attacks, and the improvement are very, very fast and very lethal. In the olden days, we had mass distribution of malware, same malwares all over the place. So if you know how to detect it, the antivirus were doing a very good job of finding it. So if Initially, few computers get infected. The antivirus can understand how the file looks like, how do they come into the computer, and how do they behave. Once they understand the signature, behavior, signature, pattern, and behavior, then it is easy for antivirus to block that attack from happening. Signature means how does the file look like? Pattern means how does it come into the device? Behavior means what it does in the device. So an antivirus have all these three things put together called as virus definition. So someone have to get, or some computers have to get infected first for the antivirus to create this virus definition. There onwards, if the same virus comes, they can stop. If a new virus comes, they will get infected. So if I'm a bad guy and I want to hack your computer that is having an antivirus, what should I do? Create a new virus or create a new malware. Once I create a new malware, your antiviruses will not pick it up, because if there is a new malware, computers must get infected first. From the infection, the antivirus learns signature, pattern, behavior. Then they will update to everyone. And then if the same virus comes to their computer, the antivirus will block. Remember this is how antiviruses work. Hence, the antivirus's efficacy of blocking attacks is only 40%. Most of the attacks antivirus will not pick up. I'm going to show you a demo after this slide. Okay, so tailored or targeted malwares. If I know what antivirus and what defenses you are having, I will create a malware to evade it. Okay, then comes fileless malwares, the Trojan that I spoke to you. That's a demo I'm going to show you. The other one is malware-less. Today we are speaking about malware-less attacks. Means there is no malware at all, but you're getting attacked. How? Initially, you get 2 lines of code. The 2 lines of code executes and waits for another 30 minutes or 3 hours. Then it goes to internet, pulls another 2 or 3 lines. So this process of fetching information from internet and then executing slowly, building up an attack can happen in days or weeks, sometime in months. So it becomes very, very, very difficult for any defenses to pick up. So the threat is evolving, and is not evolving slowly. It is evolving in an accelerated pace. Okay, so, and is that means every hacker is writing his own malware? Not necessarily. They have an ecosystem. They can buy from each other. And in the dark web, you can get a whole lot of resources. You see, the prices are not very expensive there, right? You can literally go down, buy the service, and you can point it, okay, hit this guy now. I'll pay you $100. And that company is going to get hit left, right, and center for that $100. Yeah. So attack services are inexpensive. Anyone can actually go and start using these services out there in the dark web or black market. And the attackers share among themselves their findings and their tools. But in our side, we get hacked, we keep quiet. We find a way to find the hacker and kill the infection, we keep it with us. We don't have the habit of sharing it. But in the hacker perspective, they share and they grow together. We don't share and we fall together. Okay. Now, some identity trends before I move to the demo. Yeah, just hold on with me. User ID password is the pathway for your identity. If I put my user ID and password and if I log in, I am so and so. If you take my username and password and you log in, you become me. Identity stolen. And we know that passwords are not enough, and hence we should have multi multi-factor authentication. You should have multi-factor authentication enabled in all the web applications that we are using. Never accept any website that only asks for username and password. Easy to break. Now, if you are in your network and you have received an email and you clicked on that link and it opened up a page that looked like your own internal website and asked for your username and password, if you put your username and password, it is very, very easy for someone to take over your username and password and compromise your entire network. So sending you an email and getting you to click on a link is the first step. And that's why phishing has always been the best entry method. And once I have stolen your credentials, I can then start using your credentials depending upon who you are in your company, and I can start exfiltrating or stealing your data. Now, it's not only you. A lot of people say it's only my data has gone. No, it's your entire organization is at risk. Now, look at this simulation. You receive a phishing, and let's say an employee clicked on it. With the phishing link, there was a malware that is dropped into the computer. The malware that gets onto the computer will now steal your data. Now, I believe most of you on Windows infrastructure. Yeah, most of you are in Windows infrastructure. There is a problem, a dark area in our Windows that a lot of people don't know. Let me ask this question to you. Yeah, see, whenever you go to your office, you take your laptop or you use the office desktop, you put your username and password, right? And you log into the systems. The same username and password, you go to another computer, you can still log in because there is a concept called as Active Directory in the back, a technology that validates you inside your organization. So your user ID password will not only work on your computer, the user ID password will work on other computers too. Because it's one platform in the back called as Active Directory or AD that takes care of all your validations. Now, who created your account inside the Active Directory? Your IT guys did it. So for you to create anything in the Active Directory or to modify anything in the Active Directory, you must be a domain administrator. I repeat, you must be a domain administrator. Only your IT guys are, not you. So when your IT guys set up your computer, they will put the domain administrator username and password to attach the computer to the AD. Then create an account for you and then you can use it there afterwards. This is what IT guy does. So for that, IT guy needs to log into your computer as an IT administrator first. Then he has to validate with domain administrator. Then he has to actually validate and verify with your account. So to set up your computer, 3 usernames, passwords have been used. Local IT administrator, domain administrator, and your username and password. Now, why am I saying all this? All this 3 information is stored on your computer. That is why when you take your laptop back home and you're not connected to your office, you can still log in your computer. Are you with me so far? Yeah. So every computer in your organization is having this 3 username and password stored in the computer in a file called as SAM database. You go and type SAM database. You'll get the result as Security Account Manager. Security Account Manager or SAM is a database file in Windows XP, Vista 7, 8.1, 10, and 11 that stores users' passwords. Not only yours, your IT guy's username and password and your domain administrator username and password. Everything is stored in your Security Account Manager. This file is in your computer. So far so good? So when a hacker gets onto your computer, the first thing that he will do is to go to the SAM database and try to take the usernames and passwords. So the moment one of your computer is compromised, let's say receptionist in your office, their computer is compromised. From their computer, I can get these three usernames and passwords. The IT administrator username and password, the domain administrator, the entire organization's username and password, the major core username and password of AD, and your username and password, the hacker can get. The moment he gets it, he can start logging in into every other computer. So this is the stealing credential first, yeah? Now you can compromise other computers and he can start stealing. Then he can move from computers to servers, and from there take over your entire organization, and your entire organization is now under the control of the hacker. This can happen within 24 hours, maximum 48 hours. So the takeaway point here is one computer infection is enough to take over the entire organization. Everyone who's using a digital device in your organization is an important entry point for the hackers and an important defender from your side. Okay, so security is very important for everyone. So if the data is stolen, where is it getting sold? How do they convert it? Now, this is a prices for dark web. In the black market. So if I spend at a max of $1,000, I can buy everything about you in the dark web. 1,200 is extreme value. Okay. So all of these are being compromised. All of these are being sold in the dark web. That is why you get a lot of emails, phone calls, SMSs, everything. Most of our data are already compromised. That's why your IT keeps telling you, change your password every 90 days. Now you might be thinking, why 90 days? Why not 80 days? Why not 70 or 60 days? Why it has to be 90 days? Okay. The standard is 70 to 90 days. Microsoft sets it by default as 72 days. Yeah. 70 to 90 days is a range. Now, what is this range? Where is this number coming from? Who picked this number from thin air? The concept behind this number is this. From the time a data breach has happened in a company, for the data to reach the dark web, an active buying and selling happens on your data, it takes anywhere between 70 to 90 days. Today, I steal your data. Tonight, I don't go and sell. I need to massage it. I need to understand the value of it. I have to package it in different packages for people to buy. Then I have to go and upload it to forum. Then I have to advertise in the dark web that I have such data, allow people to come to me, and then I negotiate the value. Then I start selling it out. It's a lot of process. It takes time. So from the time a data breach happens in the dark web, it will take at least 70 to 90 days to see transactions happening of people buying and selling. Make sense? So that's when Secris last year said one statement. Oh, we assume that there has been some breach somewhere happening, some API, some connection. So they stopped the integrations for some days. And then they came back and say, oh, it was a false alarm. No breach happened, but we will look into the dark web for the next 30 days. So I texted to my contacts and friends and said, useless. 30 days, you don't get to find anything. So why are you wasting your time? Because everyone knows that the duration is 70 to 90 days minimum. So if 30 days you don't see anything, what it means? Oh, no breach has happened. So you are selecting a time frame to declare that no breach is happening by looking only at 30 days, knowing that in 30 days you will not find anything. Either you're too smart or you're stupid. Something was happening. Okay, anyway, right? So all these kind of things happens around to play with people's perspective. Yeah. So again, threat landscape. I know I'm supposed to show you demo on the way. Okay, threat landscape. Attacks are increasing across this region. Singapore is the hardest hit in 2020. This is 2021 result, which means 2020's result. Yeah. So, right. So, or rather, sorry, 2022. This was released last year, about a year before. So for 2022, it'll come only in 2023. Okay. So this information is of 2021 compared to 2020. So compared to 2020, in 2021, Singapore see increase of 145%. Malaysia saw an average of 33% increase. Okay. Thailand 37, Indonesia 23, Philippines 43, Vietnam no change. Okay, this is all on reported incidents. If the country doesn't push people to report, it'll be very little. You now go to Cybersecurity Malaysia's website here and then go into MyCert and look at the number of attacks. It will be what, few thousand? Not possible. In a month, you will hit few thousands. Okay, because people don't report. So, but anyway, the reported numbers are like this. Okay, so there's an attack and there's an increase that is happening. Okay, so I'll stop here because the demos are supposed to be here. The demos is from here. Okay, there's only a few more slides. Let me cover those few slides and then start the demos. Yeah, the demo is here. So, and cyber attacks moves around globally. I've taken one example called as ATM jackpotting. I'm not sure how many of you have heard about it. ATM jackpotting. Hackers take over ATM machines and they go into the ATM kiosk and they type a number. It starts spewing out cash from the ATM cassette, not from your account or my account, from the ATM cassette. The one who's losing the money is the bank, but the bank's money is our money anyway. Okay, so this attack started in 2018 in USA, became a big issue. In 2019, EU saw a 59% increase. At the same time, there were similar attacks that are happening in Malaysia, Philippines, Laos, Cambodia, Vietnam, AFIN, Alliance. In 2020, Belgium. And that's when everything went quiet because after that was COVID was dancing through the entire earth. So everything went quiet. Now again, it has started. ATM-based attacks called as jackpotting. If you want to find videos and you want to see what is happening, you can go to Uncle Google and type ATM jackpot or ATM jackpotting. Okay. Belgium suffers first jackpotting attack. Yeah, so it's jackpotting. If you go and look for it, you'll find it. And in 2016, something happened in Bangladesh. Bangladesh Central Bank was hacked. SWIFT money transfer system was compromised. And attackers stole $81 million. All sent across internet, yeah? Not even a single dollar has been recovered. Not even single person has been nabbed in the last 6 years. Okay, rather than me explaining how it happened, I want you to see it. So I'm going to play a video for 4 minutes. Okay, I'm going to stop the share and I'm going to reshare it back. I'm sorry because I did not add sound to the sharing. So let me add sound to the sharing. Okay, and then get started. Just give me 30 seconds. Okay, 30 seconds. Hello. Where is it? Okay, that's fine. Okay, share back. Include computer sound. Screen share. So you should have got the screen share back. Now you should be able to hear the sound that is playing on my side on your speakers. Okay, let me play this. See whether you're able to hear it, yeah? Let me make sure my devices are full. Okay, here we go.
Reuters and other media have uncovered several cases involving hackers.
Are you able to hear the voice? The audio from the video, guys? Can someone confirm verbally?
Yes, we can hear it.
Wonderful.
Yes.
Thank you.
Taking advantage of vulnerabilities. Reuters and other media have uncovered several cases involving hackers taking advantage of vulnerabilities within the international system for money transfers to siphon at least $93 million from banks in South America and Asia. The attacks all combine modern tactics of hacking into computers with malware and old-fashioned money laundering skills. The most dramatic example is in Bangladesh. On February the 4th, 2016, $81 million of Bangladesh Bank's money was moved from the New York Federal Reserve to a bank in the Philippines. That's a lot of money, but things could have been worse. They tried to transfer nearly $1 billion. What do you need for a heist like this? You need some way to get into the bank's system. You need a way to gain access to the SWIFT money transfer network. You need some malware to cover your tracks. And then you need a bank account, preferably in a lightly regulated country, to receive the money. Investigators have not said how the hackers got into the computers that Bangladesh Bank uses to access the SWIFT system, but some sources say it was probably by sending an infected email to one of the staff. Once in, they would have studied the bank's system and installed their malware. The main purpose of the malware was to cover their tracks as they committed the crime. When the staff are off work, it's showtime for the hackers. They log on to the SWIFT messaging system and start sending requests to withdraw funds. Most are rejected, but some go through. All these successful transfers go from the New York Federal Reserve and its correspondent banks to bank accounts in Sri Lanka and the Philippines. One alert staffer at Deutsche Bank spots a typo in the name of the intended Sri Lankan recipient and queries the transaction. The New York Fed also sends multiple queries to Bangladesh Bank, but gets no response. Altogether, 4 requests, totaling $81 million, are already on their way. After the requests are sent, the malware goes to work, buying time for the money to be collected and laundered. It checks the SWIFT messaging system and deletes any incoming messages that might alert bank officials about their fraudulent transfers. It also deletes any confirmation messages before they're sent to the office printer. It's a Friday, a weekend day in Muslim Bangladesh, and when the skeleton staff come in, all they see is an empty printer tray and an apparently broken printer. That is not that unusual. The boss tells someone to fix it and heads off for midday prayers. Meanwhile, the money has landed in 4 fake accounts in a small Manila branch of a Philippine bank called RCBC. Some of the money is transferred to another fake account in the same branch. That afternoon, one of the branch employees summons an armored car from head office which dumps 20 million pesos. Some of the staff count the money and pack it in a paper bag. It's loaded into a car and driven off. Over the weekend, Bangladesh Bank officials wake to the scale of the problem. The malware appears to have disabled the SWIFT messaging system. They print out the SWIFT messages manually and try to contact the New York Fed via phone, email and fax. There's no response from the New York Fed office that is typically not staffed on weekends. SWIFT remotely fixed the messaging system. It's now Monday in Bangladesh and officials realize where the money has gone and send SWIFT messages to RCBC asking them to stop the transfers. But it's a public holiday in the Philippines and those messages don't get read until Tuesday morning. And crucially, they're sent as ordinary messages, not cancel requests, so they join a pile of hundreds of routine messages in the bank's headquarters. Eventually they're passed on to the branch, but officials in the branch ignore them and transfer the money to other accounts, with much of it ending up in Philippine casinos. Investigations are now going on around the globe, but no one has been arrested or charged. And other cases have now come to light in Ecuador, Vietnam, the Philippines and other countries. Not all were successful and all are dwarfed by the Bangladesh heist. More cases are expected to come to light. But the hackers, whoever they are, remain hidden.
So you saw the entire process. It all started with an email and it actually went through the entire stuff. It was right. So simple. Email that dropped a malware and there happens to be a worm that moved until it found the Swift money transfer system, then exploit the vulnerability and start sending the money out. Now, this happened in 2016 in Bangladesh. In 2019 December, Bank Negara, Malaysia, okay, I can't remember the exact date, somewhere there, in December, sent out a press release. Similar attack was tried in Bank Negara systems. It was detected and it was stopped. No money was lost. This is how the press release was. And the beauty here is for someone to initiate the Swift money transfer transaction, they must be on the system. So if you're blocking the transaction and you have detected it and you have canceled the transaction, that means the malware is already inside the system. And they went and cleaned it off. Yeah. So it is still tried in many places, but here in Bangladesh, it was very successful. And Bangladesh, Bank Negara, the Central Bank of Bangladesh has sued the RCBC Bank in Philippines, saying that it's a conspiracy and they have their employees did it and so on and so forth. But anyway, it is still going on. So in short, the cyber attack impact factors, the tip of the iceberg is incident handling, investigation costs if you are attacked, and customer breach notification. You have to inform your customers. Post-breach customer protection like dark web monitoring and so on and so forth. PR and media activities. If you're a small media and small medium enterprise, you may not be doing all of this, but if you're under a regulated industry, yes, you have to do all of this. Legal fees and fines from regulators, and you have to fix it. So the entire stuff beneath the iceberg is where that you may not be able to quantify, or you might only see this in a long run. Loss of intellectual property, interruption or destruction of organizational operations, brand and reputational loss, decline of revenue, damage of market confidence, people may not want to do business with you anymore, or loss of valuable customer relationships. And obviously, if you have a cyber insurance, the premium is going to go up when you renew it next time. Okay, wonderful. So certified penetration testing is a 5 days course, fully hands-on of whatever I've been talking from morning. All of that, every attack, every possible threats that I actually spoke about, everything is covered in that 5 days, where you can learn about the attack basics, how to look at a network diagram and then tell where the gap is just by looking at the network diagram, how to tell where the gap is, how to exploit that gap, how to select which tool, when to use, how to use it from a network perspective, from application perspective, from mobile perspective. Yeah, so how do we actually find a vulnerability? How do we exploit it? And how do we actually articulate that finding to the customer with solutions for it? So that's what you learn in that 5 days. The certified penetration testing course comes with an certification exam that you can actually take, and you will be certified. So it's a course certification together with Cybersecurity Malaysia. So once you get the CPT, you will be able to get a global ACE certified like pen tester. Okay, and with that certificate you can actually reach out to MBOT, the Malaysian Board of Technologists, and if you have 3 years experience, you can submit that certificate and you will achieve a title called as TS. You would have seen a lot of people in the LinkedIn or Facebook where you see them having TS in front of their name. It is called as technology specialist. Earlier, people used to put IR for engineers. So the same way, there is a option for cybersecurity people as technology specialists. I was in the group or I was in the team with CSM creating that entire framework for MBOT. Yeah. So if you take our courses, not only CPT, there is a CSOC, a certified SOC analyst. We have a certified threat intel analyst. So there is a long list of courses that you can reach out to GemRain consultants to share the details with you. So all our courses are 5 days, fully hands-on, comes up with the last day exam. You take it, you clear it, you get that certificate, and that certificate you can apply to MBOT and you can get your TS on it. And that certificate is acknowledged or has value across this region as well as all OIC countries. Yeah. So that's about the CPT as such. So if you need more details, please reach out to Puven, Coney, and Gemrain friends. The classes are taken depending upon the availability. I might be your trainer, or my other trainers who are equally good and or maybe better than me in a lot of aspects. Okay, so don't worry about the trainers. The trainers are those that are doing day-to-day pen test. So we don't actually give trainers that are pure trainers who just deliver slides. We take consultants and ask them to deliver. So since they are doing day-to-day pen tests, they'll be able to share you a lot of examples. And if you ask a scenario, then they can tell, okay, for this scenario, this is the right approach, because if you don't, then you will have this problem. So that experience is what matters, not just the content in the slide. Yeah. So that's what the trainers bring it for you. Okay. Threats versus risk. A lot of people get confused between these stuff. Yeah. Sorry for that. Okay, there you go. So threats or risks. Okay, so if I ask you, is hard disk crash a threat or a risk? Is earthquake a threat or a risk? Is hacking a threat or a risk? Flood is a threat or a risk? Or getting infected by Trojans or malwares, is it a threat or a risk? What would you say? See, whenever I ask this question to people, yeah, right, they generally come back and say, oh, hard disk is a threat, earthquake is a risk, and then they will say hacking is a threat, getting infected is a threat, flood is a risk. So anything that you cannot control is a risk, anything that you can control is a threat. Wrong understanding. Yeah. So threat is an event or an incident that can happen. Risk is the probability of the threat happening to you with your current defenses in place. So all of these are threats. None of them are risks. What's the probability of an earthquake happening in Malaysia? Low. What's the probability of an earthquake happening in Japan? High. So the risk of earthquake in KL is low and the risk of earthquake in Japan is high. We don't say threat of earthquake is high or threat of hard disk crash is low. Yeah. So whenever we say probability, what's the probability of it happening to us with the current defenses in place? For example, if you have a server, a production server, and you are installing a hard disk on it, obviously, you will not only have one hard disk. What you will do, you will add multiple hard disks. Why? The probability of a hard disk crash, as the server gets older, there is a high probability. Even a new server's hard disk can crash, but the probability is very low. So you don't want to take the chance or the risk. Hence, what you do, you put in risk mitigations. You start throwing in, okay, if this hard disk crash fails, what am I going to do? I'm going to add another few hard disks, and I might be actually configuring with RAID 5, RAID 10. So even if 2 hard disk crashes, I can still run it. Okay, so that's the way of mitigating a risk. Okay, now if there is a vulnerability in a software and we found out that there is a vulnerability, the probability of that vulnerability getting exploited is high. Hence, it is critical vulnerability. So if there is a patch, you install the patch and you remediate the vulnerability. Right? So if a vulnerability can be solved, remediated, we fix it and off it. It's gone, it's done, it's off my list. But if there is a vulnerability that can happen and you cannot solve it, you cannot stop, you cannot actually give a guarantee that a hard disk will never crash. Possibility is there, it can crash. So in those scenarios, what are all the mitigations that you put in place? Let me give another example. In a manufacturing firm, you go and do a penetration testing or vulnerability assessment or an audit. There's a high chance you will find old operating systems. There's a high chance that you find old operating systems, Windows XP, Windows 7. We Windows XP, and I was like pleasantly surprised to see Windows NT and Windows 2000 running in manufacturing firms in Malaysia when I was doing some audits. I was like, wow, this is a museum piece, man. Does it still run? I said, yes. It's one of the hassle-free, ever running, no problem kind of a OS, Windows NT, Windows 2000. Okay. Why do they have the old ones? Is because these OSs have been actually installed with components that has integration to those robotic arms. So if they go and change the OS, the interface is gone. Then you have to call and you have to get the manufacturer to come and do whole stuff, and that costs money. If they have 20 to 30 machines, if each costs around 100,000, they are going to have 2 million to be spent. So they actually keep it as it is. So when you go and tell, hey, this is old OS and you can't have it, you need to remove it, they said, no, Clement, we have no choice, we will live with it. Then it is called as acceptable risk. So risk can be remediated, risk can be mitigated, risk can be accepted. I know that this is a risk, I will accept it because from my business perspective, I can't afford to invest 2 million at one go. So what other security measures can you advise with the current scenario? I cannot update, I cannot patch, I can't do anything. So what do you want me to do? So then you can, as a consultant, you can say that, okay, let's go and put up a network segmentation. So take this guy totally out. If it's not needed, we will not connect to internet, right? So you put in necessary security around that perimeter, around that segment, so that that segment is protected because we know there's a ticking time bomb inside. Yeah, so it's how you see the threats and how you actually assess the risks. And for each of it, how do you actually handle it? Whether you want to remediate it if it's possible, you want to mitigate it, or you want to accept the risk and live with it, all needs to be handled and properly done. All of this actually comes under cyber risk assessment, and it has to go into your risk register. Okay, now cyber kill chain attack phases. Now this is called as Lockheed Martin cyber kill chain. This is not the detailed phases. If you want to go detailed one for every step an attacker takes, what are his techniques, what are his procedures, then you have to go to another framework, which is the best to go through. But this is just a summary class to start with, right? So in the real like CPT or CSOC or threat intel classes, we cover MITRE attack framework, which is the Bible or dictionary for the attacks. Okay, so attack.mitre.org. If you want to learn about different tactics, your header row is what we call as tactics to achieve reconnaissance. What are all the techniques that they use? Each technique might have sub-techniques, and each of these techniques or sub-techniques will have its procedures, tools, how it's done. So if you want to learn end-to-end attack perspective, what are these techniques, procedures, sub-procedures, tools, which are the threat actors who use a particular technique? You want to understand all of that? This is the go-to place. Okay, so for every step an attacker takes in his attack life or attack kill chain or attack phases, all of them are fully documented over here with complete details for multiple matrices: enterprise, Windows, Mac, Linux, cloud. Under the cloud, you have Office 365, Azure AD, Google Workspace, yeah, network containers. Under the mobile, you have Android, iOS. This is ICS, SCADA kind of a scenario. So you have all of them documented over here, and it gets very often updated. Okay, so this is the base, which actually caters to all the different tactics, techniques, and procedures. Okay, but this one is a basic one: cyber kill chain attack phases. What are the steps that an attacker takes before he starts attacking? Step number one, he tries to collect information about the company or an individual or about a software. So what is he going to target and what is his objective? Depending upon that, he can collect information about the company, the infrastructure, what kind of OS they are using, what kind of printers that they are running, and a whole lot of stuff. Reconnaissance. In the CPT class, we go detail in over here. We also show you how easy it is to sit on internet and start mapping your internal network infrastructure. Who is working in which department, what OS they have, what printer they are connected to, whether the printer is a direct connected printer or a network printer, what is the printer model, make, what documents are printed on that particular printer. All of this we can map sitting external, in internet. So we teach how to do that. With the information that is available publicly, you can start mapping their entire internal network, including their IP address. And that's what we do during our pen tests. Yeah. So from our experience of applying these methodologies across, 80 to 90% be accurate on the information, because we are not making an assumption, we are collecting information. Yeah. So reconnaissance is information gathering, harvesting email addresses, or harvesting the technology infrastructure details about people, phone numbers, Instagram, social media stuff. Collect all those informations and then convert those information into attack vectors. If I have an email address, what am I going to do with it? Okay, let's take an example. I have an email address. What am I going to do with it? So I have an email address of your entire team. So what am I going to do with it? I can send an email as if it is coming from the manager to the subordinates. Attach a Word document as a report or as a new policy or whatever. Attach a Word document with a macro malware inside. So for me to do that, what should I do first? I have to weaponize. I have to create that malware, which is what you saw earlier. Empire, I created the malware. Yeah? So weaponization is a process where you create the malware. Once you create the malware and you embed it inside the Word document or Excel document or PowerPoint document or PDF document, what I showed you earlier was Word. Yeah, so same thing can happen to Excel, PowerPoint, because all are using view macros. Same thing. Okay. You see that? Same thing. Now, in PDF, it is not going to be straightforward. If you want to know how to do in PDF, we don't have time in this one day class. Yeah, we have enough, only little amount of time. I can point you. Pat malware. Use this freely available tool, fully documented. There are a lot of videos around there and steps over here. This can create a malware inserted into your PDF documents. Okay. Now, if you want to insert a malware inside an image, then I can give you one: fake image exploiter. Again, this is a tool, freely available tool, and you have all of this documented over here. It supports both JPEG and PNG, so you can create a malware, hide it inside the JPEG and PNG file, and you can send across as an image. Anyone who opens that image, the device gets infected. How many of us receive images forwarded in our WhatsApp, Signal, Telegram, and how we simply click and open it? If there is a malware inside it, sorry, your device is over. Okay, and you can ask Uncle Google for the steps. There's a lot of tutorials over here, and there's a lot of videos here of how to do it. Okay, you can even hide an APK file, an Android application inside an image. Okay, so there's a lot of things out here, and you can actually do. So all of this we do in the class anyway, but giving you a quick summary of what is covered. So reconnaissance, yeah. So collect informations based upon the information. I got an email. So now I want to send an email with an attachment. So I weaponize and create the malware as an attachment. Then I deliver it. I can deliver via email, or if I have a phone number of the person, I can send as a WhatsApp message. Yeah, so that'll be the best. Email and WhatsApp is the best. Or we can upload it to some web and give you a link, or we can leave some USBs across. Okay, and the others. Now, delivery method. The moment someone has picked it up, the moment someone has opened that Word document or Excel or PowerPoint or PDF or an image, it is gonna exploit the device, install the malware, and it is gonna create a connection to the hacker. So earlier in the demo of the Trojan that you saw, the Word document, you would have seen the step number 2. Step number 3 is assumed that I am already sending it via email. Step number 4, 5, 6 is what you saw. 7 is me connecting back to that particular machine and showing the configuration of the machine. So 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 is and 7 is what you saw earlier as a demo. That quick it was. Okay, so these are the consistent steps that hacker goes through. Now, as a defense guy, what is my takeaway? Look at these phases and ask yourself, how am I protected my infrastructure across every step? How much information that I have exposed about my company out onto internet? How much information have I exposed about the people and the technology that I use in my company? If I reduce my footprint, then reconnaissance gets tougher. Right? If someone weaponizes and delivers it, am I actually checking and validating? If it is email, yes, I can have antivirus, I can have EDRs, but if it is going to the mobile phone of the user, what happens now? Do we have a defense in the mobile phone of every employees in your organization? Because a lot of people do check their emails on their phone and they attach documents from their phone and send it to you. How are you validating the phone? Security posture. So if it goes to your phone, then you may not have enough protection there. Yeah, exploitation installation that happens because it's on the phone, it doesn't have any protection. It's very, very easy. Since it's an email coming from your own trusted person, you will open it. Yeah, so look at your security from all these phases and see what are the defenses that you have put in place for each of the phases. Okay, once you can see it from this 7, go to MITRE ATT&CK framework, drill deeper one level. For each of these tactics, what defense do I have? Okay, right. So let's move on. Sorry, I've actually went to the back. So attackers gather information. They can even target individuals using social engineering. That's what we are going to learn next quickly, and establish link to command and control, and then move from computer to computer. What allows them to move from computer to computer is that additional usernames and passwords that are stored in every machine, IT local admin and domain administrator. Once they get that, they can log into anything and everything, including your service. Once they do that, your entire organization is compromised. Now, when they do this slowly, planning it meticulously, that is what we call as advanced persistent threat, because advanced persistent threat is not an exploit, it's a campaign. It takes time and manually controlled in the back to move stealthily and get the total data out. Now, another important one is ransomware. Okay, I know I've actually told you that I'm going to show you how to pay something, sorry, how to buy something for $1 on the way. Okay, ransomware. What is a ransomware? How does it come into our systems? What are the different types of ransomwares? And do we have policies, technologies in place to protect ourselves? Okay, so a ransomware can get into, so we know what is a ransomware. Okay, ransomware is a malware that gets onto your device, infects your device, converts all your data into a non-readable format, and then asks you money. This is what we learned earlier, right, today. So how does the ransomware get into your device? Can be via an email attachment, or it can be you browsing the websites, because a lot of people believe for me to get infected, I need to download something. Not necessarily. If you are browsing a website which is having a malware in it, you will automatically get infected. I repeat, if you are browsing a web page and if the page is having a malware, you will automatically get infected and your antivirus is totally useless there. Why? Very simple. Your browser doesn't run from your hard disk. Your browser runs from the memory of the machine. So whatever you open in the browser, it's running on the memory. So if the malware pushes straight into the memory, your antivirus will be seeing stars. Because this is where another reason why you need your EDRs in place. Okay, so from the web, or it can be through USBs. Now, a lot of companies or financial organizations or public listed firms come back and tell, no, Clement, we have disabled USBs. Okay, I'm not sure how many of you in this class whose organization has disabled USBs. Now, if you have done it, I have a question to you. How did you do that? Or let me rephrase this question. How does your computer figure out that you have connected a USB? See, you have the USB port. USB port is not disabled, yeah? You can connect a keyboard, it will work. You connect a mouse, it will work. When you connect a USB storage, it doesn't work. This is how it's working, yeah? Until unless you have totally disabled that USB slot itself, hardware level. Okay, that people generally don't do in a normal work environment until unless you're in a ministry level and you're trying to totally segmentize it out and all of that. In a normal bank or public listed firms or any company, you don't go and do a hardware level disable there. So the USBs work. If you connect a keyboard, it works. If you connect a USB, it works. But when you connect a USB storage, it doesn't work. So mouse, keyboard, all the others work. USB storage doesn't work. So now my question to you is, how do the computer know which device you are connecting? Does the computer figure it out automatically, or the device that is connecting is identifying itself? Which one is happening? Anyone, guys? When you connect a device to your computer, does your computer automatically recognize that device, or the device that is getting connected to the computer identifies itself? Which is happening, or what is happening? Hello?
It's a pretty tough question, though.
Pretty tough question. Okay. Anyone else want to give it a try? I've given you two options. Option number one, computer will automatically figure it out. Option number two, the device that you connect to your computer identifies itself.
I think option number two.
Exactly. Option number two, the device identifies itself. I am a keyboard. So the computer checks the policy. A keyboard allowed or not? Oh yes, allowed. I am a mouse, allowed. I am a USB storage device. Sorry, bro, get out. That's how it works. Now, in this policy setting, there is a loophole. The loophole is very simple. You are expecting the devices to tell you the truth. What if the devices start lying? What if a USB storage device tells it is a keyboard? Will your policy work? This is called as mimicking multiple devices, mimicking another device's behavior or characteristic, or identifying as another device. There are USBs out in the market that you can buy, which mimics as a keyboard, mouse, network card, and so on and so forth. So if all of this comes in, the common mistake that we do in our IT or IT security, when we set policies, we feel very happy that we are put in policies. We actually connect and see it is working. We feel double happy, and we feel that we have achieved it, man. But we fall short of checking it with all kind of multiple options, thinking like how a bad guy would actually evade the setting that I have put in place. Okay. If you're interested to know the products, there are many. I will show you the most expensive one. So you don't simply buy la. Okay. hack5.org. I have few of these puppies. OMG, sorry, Bash Bunny. Sold out. Okay, looks like a USB. This is a quad-core CPU. It's a quad-core CPU. If you want the spec, it's all on down here. Quad-core A7 CPU with 8 GB nano SSD card. Okay, and it can mimic multiple devices. You see in the middle? Comes with built-in payloads. You don't have to do anything. You just have to configure where is your IP address that you want the data to be sent to. That's it. Rest everything it can take over. Okay. Mass exfiltration, wireless. It is built with wireless. Okay. Bluetooth. You can remotely trigger geofence, GPS built in. Okay. Right. When the light turns green, it's a hacked machine. There's a light in the back. When that light turns green, it is a hacked machine. That means you can connect this to a computer, give it 7 seconds to 15 seconds. From my experience using this Bash Bunny, 15 seconds is the safest target. They say 7 seconds. Now, let me give you an example. Let's say your office building. Next to the office building or below your office building, there is a coffee, Starbucks coffee or coffee beans or whatever. It's a coffee with this. So sometimes you don't want to stuck inside our office. You want to just sit down, relax, have a coffee and think, or you want to have a meeting with someone down there in a more calm environment in the coffee shop, which is not so much crowded. You go and sit down and work. I've seen a lot of people doing that. Okay. So you go there and you sit by yourself and you start working. I would have seen in a lot of malls where you have Starbucks and all, you would see people sitting there and working. If you sit down and watch around you, you will find one pattern. Once they have finished their first coffee, which they would have bought before they come in, some will come and set up their laptop and then go and buy the coffee and come back. Yeah. So either way, when they actually go to buy the coffee, they will close the lid of the computer and they will walk to go and buy the coffee and come back. If someone is sitting next to them or in the next chair or table, they just can actually move and put this Bash Bunny into your computer. It injects this malware straight into the memory. Everything is done. The light turns green in 7 to 15 seconds. You yank it out. The guy comes back or the girl comes back, the ladies comes back, and they actually start working in their laptop as normal. From that moment onwards, that computer is now controlled by the hacker. Now you take that computer back into your office and connect to your network. I'm already inside your network. I'm giving you one example. Like this, if you are creative enough, you can create hundreds of scenarios of easy compromise with the easy Bash Bunny. Okay, so even if you had a policy which says that USBs are not allowed, it works because of mimicking multiple devices. All right, now coming back over here. We'll talk more about it later. This is ransomware. Yeah, so it can be Bash or it can be a USB or someone else in your office is infected, hence you got infected. So once it comes in, it's going to actually encrypt the entire data and it's going to ask you for money. And it'll also give you the timer saying that you have to pay within this amount of time. So you have few options: pay ransom, because your data is encrypted and you don't have a backup, then you might have to contemplate to pay ransom. If you have a backup, then you can restore it from the backup. Life is simple. So this is called as classic ransomware or single extortion ransomware. Classic ransomware or single extortion ransomware. Come in, encrypt the data. Now, there are other ransomware models. There's one called as double extortion ransomware. What is this double extortion ransomware? They come in, the machine is infected, it has connected back to the hacker, and the malware will start taking backup of all your data and sends the backup to the hacker. Once all the backups have been taken for a day or for a couple of days, or to look at where your backups are connected, when your backups are running. Yeah, so collect all that information and your data and then push it up. After that, it will start encrypting everything. If possible, start encrypting from the backup that is connected to the server, and then ask for money. Now, you might say that, oh, I also have an offline backup. I have a real-time backup, or I also have an offline backup. So you will format the entire computer or the server, then you get the offline backup and you restore it, and you start running the company as nothing has happened. Now, after a week or two, the hacker reaches out to you, giving you snapshots of your data and telling that he has the data. If you don't pay him, he will release all your data to public, or sell it to your competitor, or give it to other hackers in the dark web. How do you now respond? Because if he had only encrypted, you can literally format, reinstall, or restore the data, and you are back into action. You have no impact. But if he had taken a backup and he's coming back and telling, I have your data, if you don't pay me, I'm going to release this. And if he has taken a backup of your intellectual property, then things gets trickier. This is what happened to Garmin, the watch company Garmin, the health and GPS and all of that. Their new patent pending intellectual property diagrams and data were stolen. They had to pay millions of dollars to get that back and to stop it from falling into the wrong hands. But that's what they believe. But we will never know whether the guys are standing to their bargain, or they have taken a copy and they're given it to other people, which might surface later. We will never know. Now, that is double extortion. What is triple or quadruple extortion, or human operated ransomware? It's like same as double extortion. They come in, they take the copy of all the data, then encrypt. Once they take all the data copy, they manually sit and look into the sieve through all your data, segregate them, which is your company data, financial transaction, your staff data and everything. Try to segregate that. Then what is all your customers' data? What kind of data? Customer data, customer data. They start putting it up into separate containers to see how many people that they can reach out asking money for. So your customer gets hit, and the customer also now is asked to pay because it's customer's data. So this is called as triple extortion or quadruple extortion, depending upon how much of data and the type of data and the type of customers data that you have. Okay, so the ransomware is evolving, and the ransomware groups know where it pains, and they are actually hitting those soft spots and forcing people to pay. Okay, so this is an example of whatever I said. An email is sent, compromise, credential theft, malware installation. An attacker gains administrative access to your organization, exfiltrate, encrypt the data, then ask for money. Okay, some examples of Ryuk ransomware, Vadarma ransomware, firmware related ransomware. We're going to talk about it. Firmware related ransomwares. So how to protect against your ransomware? Backup and restore. And very important, air-gapped backup. Do not connect your backup to your current infrastructure. Always have an offline backup or air-gapped backup, because anything that is connected can be encrypted. Okay, keep current with patching. You cannot run away with it. Employee education on phishing, so they don't simply click, and have to be careful in the websites that they visit. Access control, even if there's a backup, make sure that there is a username, password, OTP, all of that needs to put in place. Don't pay the ransom. If you pay the ransom, you will automatically get into the good paymaster ledger in the dark web. And the moment you pay for one guy, 1,000 more is coming your way. So careful. Improve security posture of the entire organization. And a lot of people have cyber insurances. I want to show you the other side of the ugliest side of the insurance from a ransomware perspective. In 2021, July 1, there was an interview that was conducted by a magazine called as The Record. The Record magazine is part of Recorded Future, the #1 threat intel company. So they actually spoke to Revil ransomware group member, R-Evil or Revil, however you pronounce it as. Okay, and they were asking, like, how do you select your victims? And the answer given was, they specifically go after companies with cyber insurance. You know why? You get hacked, insurance will pay. So it's a confirmed payout. So they go out on companies that have cyber insurance. By you having cyber insurance, you become the target. I'm not saying don't take cyber insurance, yeah? I'm only telling you what's happening out there. And this has increased tremendously. Most of the cyber insurances all over the world are already complaining that they are losing money because they keep on paying. How insurers play a big role in spurring cybercrime. The more you pay, the more attack will happen. And they lose out by keep on paying. And however you reinsure and this and that, you still end up in losing money. A quick one is a firmware. Now, this is a topic that a lot of people don't speak about. Okay. And as a company that we do a lot of firmware level scanning, we find a lot of vulnerability in firmwares. Now, what is a firmware? Now, if you look at this diagram, if you take a laptop or a computer, it is a combination of both hardware and software. It's a combination of both hardware and software. So on the hardware, you have a lot of small chips. You have network, your Wi-Fi card, you have your GPU, USB, RAM, hard drive, fan. There is a lot of things inside your computers. Each one of them are hardwares. They all are knitted together. It all gets up first when you go and switch on. Then on top of it, the bootloader runs. The bootloader loads the operating system. On top of the operating system is where all your applications are, which is what you're seeing in this diagram. Now, when you install your antivirus, the antivirus is installed on the OS. Okay, and it scans the hard disk. When you install EDR, it is also installed on top of OS, which actually monitors the memory. How about all the other components? Each of these hardware components have small little softwares that run them. Who is looking at the software patch for those small components? In any given laptop, there are 100+ components. A server has nearly 400 to 500 components. Each of them have a software. Each of them have a version. Each of these hardware software, the firmware, has vulnerabilities. Do you have inventory management of your firmwares? Do you have a vulnerability management for firmware? Do you have patch management for firmware? Do you have firmware level incident response? Do you have a forensic investigation team who can actually investigate the firmware level? If any of it or most of the questions I asked, the answer is no, you have a bigger problem than OS level malwares. According to National Vulnerability Database, NVD, you can go and Google. The last 2-3 years, the number of attacks on firmware level has gone up 20%. They were 2-3% before, now 20%. A lot of ransomwares are moving below your radar. Your radar is OS and above. Below the OS, your radar is not working. So it's called as vulnerability below operating system. So most of the time we are on the application layer and the operating system. The security industry's visibility point is up here. The modern persistent techniques are here, where you have your UEFI interfaces, boot code, bootloaders, your graphics card, your network card firmwares. Okay. Just go and Google around for firmware attacks or Dell firmware attacks, Intel firmware attacks, AMD firmware attacks. You'll be surprised the amount of attacks and vulnerabilities that you are actually seeing there. We are not even looking for it, so hence we don't know about it. Yeah. So there's a lot of attacks that's happening worldwide. Everything will have a word called as firmware in it. It's time for you to start looking into it. And the dark web is started selling firmware related exploits as low as $100. This is from Gartner. A lot of financial institutions and public listed firms, if Gartner says, it's like God said. They will just follow, blindly follow. For those kind of Gartner fans, here's what Gartner said. We are already off that year. 2022, 70% of organizations that do not have a firmware upgrade plan will be breached due to firmware vulnerability. Microsoft said the same. 83% of all businesses have experienced a firmware attack in the past 2 years. This is a survey they conducted across the world. There's a famous quote by James Conley, which says that either you know that you are infected or you don't know that you are infected. All of you are actually, all your computers basically is already infected. The same thing, our friend Azim says now that there are two types of companies, those who have experienced a firmware attack and those who have and they don't know that they have experienced. Because your antivirus will not do anything, your EDR will not say anything, your monthly updates and patches will never touch the hardwares or the firmwares. And you can trigger a firmware attack by just you opening up a Word document. Right? Okay, if you're interested, I can give you some webinar links that I have done showing actual firmware attacks together with Intel, HPE, and AMD. Me attacking, getting in, and they telling how they defend. Okay, there are videos out there in the public. If you can't find, I can give it to you. Okay, so actions to take today: establish a basic firmware inventory and visibility, establish an organizational policy around firmware updates, integrate firmware vulnerability scans into risk management processes, integrate firmware detection and response tools into your endpoint and infrastructure security processes, integrate firmware forensic into incident response process, make firmware risk a priority. If you do not know where to start through Gemrain, reach out to us. We can do a simple scan on your firmware level to measure how good or how bad or how medium the current state is. Okay, then we can help you to establish all of this. All right, now let's move on. The payment gateway. So the web application firewall that we spoke earlier, the web attacks have never decreased. They kept on increasing. The more and more companies put up web applications, website, web services, onlines, and everything. And because of COVID, there was a huge boom of a lot of online shopping, online payment. People started using their credit card all over the place. Yeah, so the attacks have increased tremendously. And 20,000 number of times the average web application was attacked in 2021. So this data is Forbes security report that came in 2022. Yeah. So 11% of web applications with 15 or more security vulnerabilities. 13,319 vulnerabilities detected in 2021 was from commonly used 1,607 apps, which includes LinkedIn, Instagram, Facebook. Yeah, so all of that were inside there. 60.5% of vulnerabilities in 2021 were remotely exploitable. They can sit anywhere and then do it. 61%. Okay, this is very important. Yeah, 61% had at least one high or critical vulnerability that is not listed in OWSP top 10. See, whenever I see tenders for pen test, this is one line that comes in. Oh, the tender must actually comply that they will scan for all OWSP top 10. This is a wrong understanding. Top 10 as the name indicates, top 10 as the name indicates, it's a top 10 in the whole list. So why are you only looking at the top 10? There might be 900 more. So rather than building the security around the top 10, you have to build the security holistically on your entire code level. And then where do we start? Start from the programming perspective in your testing. Follow 8 principles of secure development: input validation, output validation, error handling, authentication and authorization, session management, secure communication, secure storage, secure resource access. These are the 8 principles of secure development. Your testing must be done in all these 8 principles. If you're doing testing or pen testing on these 8 principles, you don't have to worry about the top 10, because most of the top 10 is just in the first 1 or 2 principle: input validation, output validation. All your SQL injection, cross-site scripting, HTTP parameter pollution attack, everything comes under input validation. So most of your top 10 is inside one of the principle of secure development. You are missing the other 7. So when you do pen test, look for all the principles of secure development, 8 principles of secure development. This is public knowledge. Those 8 was not my pointers. It's out there. Well recognized 8 principles of secure development. The same thing is called as sins of programmers, the common mistakes committed by programmers. 64% of the bugs found on initial scans of application code related to information leakage. Now, this is what I told you earlier. On an average, it takes around 50 to 232 days to fix a bug. This guy also says the same thing. Microsoft also have given the same number, that 50 to 232 days. In the industry, mostly everyone has accepted the same number. Microsoft, Google, Apple. If you look at their number, it'll all be within that 50 to 232 days stuff. Okay, this we have spoken already. HTTPS makes a website secure. We have spoken about it, and we have explained what HTTPS does and how the data in transit is protected with HTTPS, and why HTTPS doesn't make a website secure. It makes the communication secure. So we have spoken about this already in the morning. Now, let's start the web exploitation before I go to mobile and then social engineering, the last lab. I'll show you some demos there. Okay, the Bash Bunny was over here. We have already covered that, the USB drop. Okay, anyway, we'll speed up a little bit, but yes. Okay, now, quick. Web exploitation, online shopping fraud. Okay, you are the buyer on your computer.
Right.
You are actually buying something from the merchant. Now, you started the ball rolling from your machine to the merchant side, asking what are the products that they sell. The merchant replies back with all the products that they sell, with the catalog, categories, and blah, 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 blah. Let's say you selected a product and you click on pay button. Once you click on pay button, you are miraculously transferred to payment gateway. So far, so good.
Yep, so far so good, correct.
Okay. Now, once you hit the pay button, you will be sent to payment gateway. And the payment gateway exactly knows how much you have to pay, isn't it?
Yep.
Now, my question is, who is informing the payment gateway?
Technically, it should be the merchant, isn't it?
Exactly. Technically, it has to be the merchant. Is this the way is happening?
Yeah, but
Okay.
the way I see right now is not the way that it should
Exactly.
be. It's coming from a PC.
Because you saw the demo already, ma? Okay.
Yeah.
Now, this is not possible. Technically, this is not possible. Why? Your HTTP, okay, as a protocol only support two-party communication. It doesn't support anything more than two-party. That is why when you are on your browser and you're connected to the merchant, you don't see the payment gateway. When from the browser you connect to the payment gateway, you no longer see the merchant. Okay, so when you connected to the merchant, you are the first party, merchant is the second party, payment gateway is a third party. Whoever is a third party is kicked out. So you don't see the payment gateway. When you connect to the payment gateway, you are the first party, payment gateway is second party, merchant becomes a third party. Third party payment merchant kicks out. Now, let me add the fourth party, your banks. Is below your payment gateway, right? In your process. Yeah. If the payment gateway start talking to the bank, your payment gateway will become first party, your bank will become second party, who will become third party, the buyer.
Correct. Kicked out.
Kicked out. If the buyer gets kicked out, who's going to pay? How to connect back to the buyer? No way. If he's sitting inside the office, how do you know what is his IP address? Inside your own house, there are 4 or 5 devices.
Yep.
According to the server, it is your modem IP.
Correct.
How does it know? So your buyer can never go out. So there's only two-party support is there because HTTP was never built for this. Yeah. So only two-party support. In that, one party is static. He cannot go out. He cannot go out. So what are the scenarios that this fellow can go out? If the merchant starts talking to the payment gateway, that fellow will go out. If the payment gateway start talking to the merchant, he will go out. If the payment gateway start talking to the bank, he will go out.
Okay.
So none of it can happen. Okay, this is the rule of the game. Now, now the merchant have to talk to payment gateway, and the payment gateway has to talk to the merchant. The only way is the slingshot from the merchant all the way to your browser. The browser then sends it to the payment gateway. Payment gateway has to send it to your browser. The browser have to send it back to the merchant. Are you with me so far?
Yeah.
Payment gateway have to send it to the browser. The browser then have to send it to your bank. So everything is going through your browser. Are we clear so far?
Yeah, makes sense.
Your browser is not telling us the truth. Our browser is not actually telling us the truth. It says loading, while it is doing all the kind of postman job in the back.
Okay.
So the logical question here is, your question was, why is it not encrypted? Your encryption is here. From the buyer to the merchant is encrypted.
Correct.
From the buyer to the payment gateway is encrypted. From the buyer to the bank is encrypted. What HTTPS protects? HTTPS protects that no one from the middle should be able to modify it, correct?
Unless I'm the one changing it.
Yeah, exactly. HTTPS assumes endpoints are good guys.
Wow. Okay.
So if the bad guy is the user, forget about all your securities.
Oh, this is very interesting.
Okay. Now, what I've shown you is only one type of attack. There are umpty number of ways it can be attacked. There are umpty number of ways it can be solved, and that solutions can be broken too. It'll become more technical. So this is all we go through in the class of all the different solutions, technically how it is done, and how those solutions are also broken. How for example, if I take IP88, I believe there is someone in the class from IP88. Okay, IP88 employs solution for this problem in a particular way. Okay, so there is a way to break that, provided if and only if the software that is used by the merchant has one problem. Okay, so there are plus and minuses. So as a security guy, you need to understand where the pros, the cons, the plus, minus, so we can start putting in measures to fill the gap. PayPal is having its own problem. Okay, PayPal actually allows to solve that problem with PayPal. PayPal gives you an additional option that you can do a batch reconciliation. That means after the payment is all over, merchant is supposed to collect a batch of 100 transactions, post it to the PayPal separately, IP to IP communication, not through HTTP. And the payment gateway will check this batch and it will reply back for each of this, what was the actual amount deducted, and it'll send it back here. This batch processing reconciliation takes anywhere between 45 minutes to 1.5 hours. Have you seen sites that you have visited that they say that after you pay, they say, oh, we have received, we will process it and we'll get back to you.
Okay, that explains why.
That's the batch reconciliation happening in the back. Okay, guys, so whatever we see in our plain eyes, that looks perfectly all right. If you go one level below it, it'll be a stinky box. Okay, so this is a top layer stinky stuff because of HTTP or HTTPS. You go deeper, it's more a problem. So see, if you're actually thinking like why hackers are always winning, this is the reason. They are not superhumans, they are not super smart. They are just logical, trying to understand how things work. So if you want to be in security, or you want to become security person, or you're already in security, the only thing that can help us in this industry is try to understand how things work. You will automatically understand when it will not work. That's from my experience. Yeah. If you start understanding how things work, you will automatically understand when it will not work. The moment you know when it will not work, if you are a good guy, you better put solutions to fix it. If you're a bad guy, you're going to exploit it. There's a question for you. Yeah.
Yep. Actually, regarding the firmware vulnerabilities, I was trying to understand what exactly they can do if they exploit our firmware. I mean, it's on a hardware level, how they can access on an OS level when our OS is already patched on monthly basis. You know the scenario.
I understand what you're saying because the exploit is happening on the code in the firmware, which actually establishes a remote connection for the hacker to take over the entire device. Your OS, see, it's like which layer is getting exploited. If the OS layer is getting exploited, then yes, if we are patched and there is no vulnerability, it's fine, right? But like what I showed you earlier in the macro, the machine is fully patched. Why is it getting CNC communication?
Pretty true.
Yeah, so depending upon the layer where the attacks are coming from, the OS just becomes an enabler. It just works.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. No problem. All right, so let's get going, guys. I'm going to share. Right, the next one is mobile stuff. So these are all the different types of attacks that can happen on a mobile phone, whether it's an Android phone or Apple phone. it all remains the same. So no edge over another when it comes to security. The mobile phone gets compromised in 3 different layers: device level attack, network level attack, and application level attack. Device level attack, network level attack, and application level attack. Okay, so if you look at the device level, if I have to give you some examples, look at the right bottom under USB container, you'll see malicious charges. This is an easiest way to take over the device. Malicious charges. A lot of us buy the charger cable, the data cable, the charger cable. Instead of buying original one, after the first one that came with the phone gets spoiled, we might actually buy a cheaper version, or we might borrow cables from others in our office or from our family members. And if they had an opportunity to buy a cheaper one, someone would have bought it. Okay, so the charger cables today do have malwares in it. The charger cables are now behaving like computers by itself. If you can't believe that statement, if you can go to Hack5 that I showed you earlier, there is a wonderful charger. Sorry. Hack5.org, you shouldn't have closed it. Okay, if you go down over here, products, oops, you see OMG cable over here. This cable is for both, that's for Androids, for Samsung and the others. This is for Apple. This looks like a normal cable for you. If you actually look deeper, there's a lot of storage space inside this cable. It comes with Wi-Fi built in. It comes with GPS built in. It has an OS that runs the cable. You can even send commands remotely. Up to 2 kilometers away, you can still communicate with this cable. And the GPS triggered activation of malwares. For example, it only acts as a mischievous gadget when you enter your office. In your house, he behaves very good. Yeah, so all of that combinations can be done in these adapters looking stuff. So if you go in detail, here we go. You can actually custom build your OMG cable with 4 easy steps. Okay, you can go and buy all of these if you want to. Anyone can buy. So keystroke injection, mouse injection, payload slots, self-destruct, geofencing, Wi-Fi triggers, hardware keylogger. Okay, and it can also connect to their cloud. All the features and the videos of how it all works, including the Wi-Fi triggers, is all over here for to watch if at all you are interested to know how these cables work. So charger cables can go bad. The other option is when we are traveling or when we are sitting in Starbucks, Coffee Beans, or other places, we may want to charge our phone. So the cable might be an original cable, but your charging stations are public charging stations. In those cases, there is one called as Demon Seed, EDU. Okay, you look at this small chips over here. These can be actually configured with malware, or it either comes configured with malware. You just have to take it, configure it, and then use this to push it inside those USB slots. So any public charging stations, USB slots, you have to be very, very careful, whether it's USB-A or USB-C or whatever. You can literally push this inside. The moment you connect your original charger cable, then it uses that charger cable to push the malware inside. This is an educational hardware implant for making good USB cables go bad. So like this, there are a lot of different gadgets available with as low as $10 all the way to $120, $200, depending upon what you want, what kind of additional features you want. You can buy all of them out on internet. Anyone can buy it. Okay, and coming back over here. So malicious charges, juice jacking is what, when you are actually doing the charging, it actually pushes the malwares and then takes off your data. Right? From a network perspective, is your Wi-Fi and Bluetooth are the easiest ones to hack. Keep your Wi-Fi and Bluetooth switched off if you're not connected to any device. A lot of us don't do that. We will always keep our Wi-Fi and Bluetooth on for a seamless connectivity. For example, you're in the house and your phone is connected to your house Wi-Fi, and you leave your house, you enter your office, the phone automatically connects to the office Wi-Fi. You come back home, the reverse happens. Yeah, it automatically connects. We want that seamless transition happening in our connectivity. But unfortunately, by keeping the Wi-Fi and Bluetooth on at all times can bring us problem, because when your phone is disconnected from the Wi-Fi, it keeps pinging. It keeps beaconing out to connect back to the same known Wi-Fi networks. That beacon is enough for someone to compromise your mobile phone. Again, there are many such devices. Since I'm on this site, I will utilize everything from this site. Okay. So Wi-Fi pineapple is not a fruit, but a small little router. What does this do is very simple. When there's a phone nearby in a 500-meter radius, if a phone nearby beaconing out looking for a particular SSID, the Wi-Fi ID, it automatically picks up that beacon, looks at the Wi-Fi ID, and generates an access with that Wi-Fi ID. So for example, if your mobile phone is looking for house 123, if your mobile phone is looking for house 123, Wi-Fi pineapple will know that you're looking for house 123. It automatically brings up an SSID by name, house 123. Your phone is looking for house 123. There is an house 123. Your phone tries to connect. Okay, once the phone connects, the router or the Wi-Fi pineapple pushes a malware inside the phone. This is called as over-the-air infection, OTA. Okay, so that you will find it somewhere here. The over-the-air infections, over-the-air updates that can be pushed in. So there's a lot of Wi-Fi related attacks. The similar thing can happen to Bluetooth. Yeah. And SMSs can be sent with malwares. Your SMSs can be intercepted. Your voice messages can be eavesdropped, tampered. Okay, all of that can happen on a mobile phone with different tools that are available in the market. I can give you one tip. Go and look for SS7 vulnerability, not Subhang Jaya section 7. Yeah, SS7 vulnerability. You go and look for it. You will find a whole lot of write-ups and tools how to exploit it. It is a vulnerability that cannot be fixed. It's a telco vulnerability. And with a small little antenna, you can literally hear everyone's voice call. You can literally tamper, pick up SMSs, and you can insert a malware across and you can send it out. Okay, so there's a lot of things that happens in our telco side. Unless all our telcos are completely digitized, these problems will still be there. The SS7 kind of a vulnerability. On the application side, whenever we are downloading an app, don't only look for the application name, also look for the application and the publisher. Yeah. So for example, you're looking for Maybank mobile app. You go and type Maybank, you get two results: Maybank latest version. Which one will you download? A lot of people will download the latest version. You ask them why, they'll say because it says latest version. Anyone can say anything they want. Why are you believing it? So look for the name and the publisher, whether is it being published by Maybank or not. And then whosoever the application is, do not give allow for everything. For example, if you're installing Waze, all of us use Waze to move from point A to point B. If you remember the permissions Waze asked you when you install it, asked for your location. Makes sense, because it's supposed to take you from point A to point B. Then why did it ask for contacts? Why did it ask for camera? Why did it ask for contacts? Media, galleries. It asked for all of that, and we said allow. So every app that we install, we allow everything. We have been giving our phone to everyone to access. And then we talk about, and then we cry foul. Oh, my privacy is gone. My picture is all over the place. You are the one who said allow. But you can actually turn back and ask Clement, if I don't say allow, it's not going to install, and I want the app. Fine, no problem. Genuine answer. But here is my reply to that. Install it. Allow, install it. After you install, go into security app settings, application settings, remove all the unwanted permissions after you install. Remove all the unwanted stuff. whenever you're using the app, if there is a certain permission needed for the feature that you have selected, it'll ask you now. But this time you'll get a granular security option only this time, whenever this feature is used. Right? So then you select. So try to get the granular level and try to control the access that you are giving to all the apps. Now, there's a lot of attacks that can happen. Yeah, this slide itself can run for a one-day class. Okay. Now, device, network, application level attack. How do we protect a mobile phone? Whether it's Android or iPhone, how do we protect it? Antivirus? No, it will not work. Antivirus is useless on your mobile phone because your mobile phone's OS is locked, sandboxed. And in iPhone, your hard disk is also encrypted. So there's nothing much. So if you want to protect your mobile phone, I would actually, you're able to still hear me, right? Yeah. If you want to protect your mobile phone, I would recommend a technology called as Mobile Threat Defense. Don't worry, I'm not going to actually market any product to you. I'm going to only tell the technology. Mobile Threat Defense is a technology. There are many products available in the market. You can go and buy whatever product you want to buy. I leave it to you. Yeah, but look for Mobile Threat Defense. If you want to understand more about Mobile Threat Defense, go to our website, which is over here. The first one that comes up is our Cybertronium website. It actually explains you about what is a MTD, why do you need it, and all that frequently asked questions are inside here. Product wise, you go and decide which product you want to buy. Okay, so it is good to have a mobile threat defense. A lot of people get confused between mobile threat defense and mobile device management. Mobile device management, or MDM, is a policy enforcer. This is not to protect you from malwares and hackings. So MDM is mobile device management, which is a policy enforcer. Mobile threat, yeah, MTD, is for threat defense, is for protecting you from all kinds of malware attacks, device level, network level, and application level. That's the best way to protect your mobile phone. This we have already covered, okay, earlier. This is a quick snapshot of the Twitter from ZeroDM, telling you that they are actually dropping the prices, they have stopped buying, and all kind of things that you can find in their ZeroDM's Twitter page. Sorry, guys. So in our phone, we have a lot of data, guys. Our phone is our identity. We sleep, literally, we sleep next to our phone, or rather phone sleeps next to us. Either way, phone is always with us. A lot of people take phone inside our bathrooms, toilets. Phone is always with us. Yeah, make sure that the phone is properly protected, because if someone gets access to your phone, they can literally compromise your entire personal space. Okay, careful. And just to get this clarified, encryptions, yeah, for messaging applications, they say end-to-end encryption. Now, the word end-to-end encryption has two variations. One is without the service provider in the middle. Another one is with the service provider in the middle. The first one, encryption in transit, is HTTPS. This is the normal HTTPS. Now, end-to-end encryption, there is a service provider in the middle and there is no service provider. These are two options. So by just looking at end-to-end encryption, don't get carried away. Look for the detail of whether the service provider is in the middle. For example, WhatsApp is in the second. Signal, Telegram is on the third. So in the second option, the only possibility is if the service provider decides to look through the things, you will never know. Okay, which is what the new WhatsApp security settings, the Facebook's privacy change, and a whole lot of stuff that brought a lot of people to move away from WhatsApp into Signal and Telegram is because of this in the middle. Okay, just be aware of that. So social engineering is an art of psychological manipulation. Sweet talk is called as con man. Yeah, so sweet talk, psychologically manipulate you and get you to do things or give away information. So that is what we call as social engineering. How do they get your information? It's all over in the internet. We have been giving a lot of information. I'm going out for a vacation. You tell the whole world, oh, I'm going out for a vacation after so long. Oh, I'm so excited. Who cares? And then start putting pictures. And people take pictures of their passport and their boarding pass. Come on, yeah, who asked for it? So, oh, my pet is gonna be all alone in the house. Poor kitty. So a lot of people actually share a lot of information: where you go, what you eat, what you like, where you shop, who's your husband, who's your wife, who's your girlfriend, boyfriend, son, daughter. If I start looking at your family information, or by just your name, we can find the entire family, and everyone are very active on internet. Everything about your family is out. Simple as that. And how to do it? There are a lot of free tools for you, my dear friends. I will show you one. Maltego is an open source intelligence tool. By you just giving a name of a person or an email address or the Facebook ID, Instagram ID, tag, and what of that, you can actually pretty much find everything about the person. There are pro version, enterprise version that is paid. Community version is free. If you want everything about their particular social media stuff, here is the one that pulls out everything about your social activity, knits them together, links them together, and tell what you like, what you don't like, who's your parents, who's your husband, who's your wife, who's your family, where do you go, how many girlfriends you have, how many boyfriends you have, everything. Okay. So there's a lot of tools that allows you to do that and build your digital profile. Careful about the information you share. I know sharing is caring. That's something that we teach our children in kindergarten. It's supposed to be forgotten there. Or sharing is caring can be practiced in a controlled environment with a lot of check in the back. Not with everyone out on internet. Make sense, guys? Okay, so careful, because attackers will hit your empathy, your mercifulness, and your greediness. All of us have these characteristics. How much depends upon us, but all of us have this. God built us with all of it. Okay, so how much ever greedy you are, you can be exploited. How much ever good and very naive, you can be exploited. Good, angelic, very helpful, you can be exploited too. So careful with the amount of data that we are sharing. That is good for us. Yeah, so reduce. So these are the different types of social engineering attacks. Email spoofing, sending an email as if it is coming from someone else, right? Phishing, sending email as if it's coming from Facebook or Instagram. You click on the link, it opens up a page that looks exactly like it. You put your username and password, boom, they stolen your credentials. Wishing, they call you and talk to you as if they are calling from the bank. And you fall for all of their questions and you give away a whole lot of data, you lose money. Phishing, smishing, you receive SMSs as if it is coming from banks. Oh, your account is being frozen. Oh, there is an activity that has been suspicious activity found in your account. Click on this link and go and verify that if you have not done it. People click. Boom, boom, boom. 9.6 million Singapore dollars were lost in OCBC customers last year by clicking on SMS. Became a big hoo-ha in Singapore. Not only OCBC, UOB, DBS. Clickjacking, clicking on a link and installing malwares. Whenever you see a like button or a play button on top of an image, be careful. There's a script in the back end drive-by download. I've spoken about this already. By just browsing a website, you can get infected. Okay, right? So we will do, in the class, we will do all this live demos. Yeah, we will set up a drive-by download. You can actually see how it's working. You can replicate it in the lab and so on and so forth. Pre-texting, making a call, talking to someone, convince them to install something on their mobile, on their devices, or give access to their office. USB drop is our bash bunny. Malicious charges, we have spoken. Okay, now I'm going to quickly do like one demo of a business email compromise, and then we talk about the deep fake phishing, and we are done for the day. Okay, so business email compromise. Now, we have been telling our people that, hey, whenever you receive an email, check the from address. Yeah, check the from address. Check the from address. Check for the spelling. Make sure there is no dot, no extra hyphen, extra character that is up there. Check the domain. Make sure that the email is coming from our domain or from our customers, consumers, third-party vendors. Check. So that's what we would have actually told, informed, trained our people. Now, what if someone sends an email with the exact from address? Will our people follow instructions? They might, because the from address is correct. The from address is correct. Basic, because there are also some banks and other institutions. What they do is they actually have this email gateway that actually checks the from address, and it says internal, external. Even they have some gaps. If the from address is exactly correct, they might actually mark it as an internal email because the email address is correct. So have you tested those solutions by manipulating the email header, but keep the from address the same? So let's come back over here. Voice phishing. I remember people are able to call as if it is coming from someone else. How do they do that? There are applications like this called as spoofcard.com, which allows you to literally use anyone's phone number and make the call. Spoofcard.com. It says protect your privacy. The way they see privacy is simple. I am calling and I don't want the receiver to know my number. So I can put any number I want. That's all it is. So if I am going to actually use this technology to social engineer you, I can actually put the bank's contact number and I call you. So you will see bank's contact number coming on your phone. You think the bank is calling. And now I can actually see, makes my life more easier in sweet talking or make you get anxiety, scared, and so on and so forth, and get you to give your details. It's an app. You can literally download the app. You can record your calls. You can send SMSs. And this is the beauty. Control your voice. World's first real-time voice changer. So out of the box, when I make a call, I talk to you and I can select what voice you are supposed to hear, not my voice, what other voices that you can hear. I can set American male, Asian male, Chinese male. Yeah, so I can go and differentiate different slangs, and I'll be talking to you, but you'll be hearing that voice, not my voice. Real-time voice changer. And it also gives you option to add background sound. If I'm saying I'm calling from a bank branch, the bank branch is not going to be a dead town with silence, right? 567 counter 5 ting, 598 counter 11 ting, something behind to create that ambience that it is the bank branch calling you. Yeah, so you can create they have actually built in around 150 plus background sounds here. Now, this is what I wanted to show you. The first real-time voice changer right over here. It can be used for deep fake calls. What is this deep fake call? Look at this. Descript.com/overdub. ultra realistic voice cloning with overdub. Now, again, this is a patented technology that's available out there, not for someone to use this to scam people. Yeah, this is used by studios and movie houses for dubbing purposes. If the person is not able to come in, you can use their voice to dub. That's why it calls it overdub. Right? As long as, okay, how does it work? As long as you have a 2 to 3 minutes voice clip of a person with no extra noise or whatever, 2 to 3 minutes of his voice, that's enough. You can upload the voice, you can create a clone. Or if you are going to actually create a clone of your own voice, you can record straight on that app. It will automatically record your voice for 2 to 3 minutes and it'll stop. Then it will take that voice sample, it'll go and auto synthesize in the back with the artificial intelligence and comes and creates a clone. If you are signing up with the free account, which you can create your free voice model, it'll create a voice model, and whatever you type, it will talk back. It will read the text in your voice. Believe me, 95% accurate. Now, if you have paid the price and you are a subscribed user, you can export it out. So if I export the clone voice and I import it here, now I can make a phone call and talk to anyone as of someone else. For example, I've spoken to your CEO as if I'm calling from BFM or other radio station or TV stations, and I've recorded his voice for 2 to 3 minutes. I've recorded his voice for 2 to 3 minutes. And I have used this to create the clone. Export the clone, put it inside over here. Now I make a phone call to you as if it is coming from your boss, asking you to do something. Would you not do it? Phone number is your boss's, voice is your boss's, instruction is given for you to do something. Would you not do it? So these kind of AI related deepfake attack tools have started to emerge and is being actively used out there. So be careful. Okay, guys, rest everything is what I have actually already spoken to you, pretext, the malicious charges, and the Wi-Fi, as I also have told you, Wi-Fi Pineapple, do not connect to open free Wi-Fis, right? This is a quick POC that we did together with Maxis before COVID, actually, where we found a lot of Wi-Fi networks in and around KL that are infected. The routers are being compromised. Okay, there's a MITM attack that is happening. There are different colors. You see that there's a lighter color, there's a darker color, right? So careful. This is around us in Kuala Lumpur.